I'm Tim Powers. That's the Vassy Capella Show. Have a great day.
CFAX Victoria,
an iHeart radio station. If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
Good morning. I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 news to 11 o'clock. An independent BC legislator has been charged with sexual assault. The British Columbia Prosecution Service says charges against Jordan Keeley relate to alleged offences between January and September of 2024 in Fort St. John. Keeley is the provincial member of the legislature for Peace River North. Special Prosecutor Gail Barnes was appointed in February this year to avoid potential improper influence in the administration of justice. Ottawa's new National Artificial Intelligence Strategy says Canada has a major AI adoption gap and looks to build trust through legislation that tackles concerns about surveillance pricing and chatbot safety. While making the announcement in Toronto today, Prime Minister Mark Carney says the strategy will introduce a new program for projects that improve Canadians' lives.
And our first mission, which is why we're here, is to deploy $200 million to improve healthcare with projects driven by the healthcare sector, but they could include reducing ER wait times, expanding access to primary care, reducing administrative burdens on physicians, caregivers, improving surgical methods.
It also pledges to ensure all post-secondary students have access to trusted AI agents and promises to create up to 90,000 AI-related jobs and to pursue a pro-worker approach. Parliamentary Budget Officer Annette Ryan says Ottawa has less than 1% chance of maintaining the key fiscal anchor of shrinking the deficit as a share of the economy every year. The budget watchdog predicts annual deficits will average $4.6 billion higher than Ottawa projected in its spring economic statement. It also expects the deficit for this fiscal year will edge down slightly to $71.8 billion. That's about $6.5 billion higher than Ottawa's projection. Canada's top court has dealt a blow to poker players who appealed the Federal Revenue Agency's declaration that they had to pay tax on poker winnings. The Supreme Court of Canada will not review a finding that poker earnings are taxable business income. The case by three acquaintances argued in the Tax Court of Canada that the earnings were not business income, but rather non-taxable income from betting. Those earnings often amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars each year, and a judge ruled poker was much more than a pleasurable pursuit. It was a livelihood to which the players devoted almost all of their time. The Royal Victoria Marathon's launch party happened last night at Frontrunners Victoria. Race director Kathy Noel says more than 10,800 runners have registered so far, a 36% increase compared to this time last year. She believes the marathon and half marathon will be sold out by next month. The 45th annual event last year drew a record 15,000 plus runners. The 46th Boston qualifier happens Thanksgiving weekend, October 10th and 11th, with an overall cap of 17,000 participants in all 5 events. Oh, and we have a little problem with the transmitter. You might be hearing a little static on CFAX this hour. We're having some technical difficulties. Engineers are working on the issue. In the meantime, you can still watch us on YouTube or listen to us on the iHeartRadio app or on the website itself. Checking your numbers in the business world today, the TSX is up 381 points at 35,182. The Dow Jones up 818 is what I'm trying to say, at 51,505. And the NASDAQ up 18 at 26,872. The Canadian dollar down 2 basis points at 71.9 cents U.S. Your weather forecast for Greater Victoria for today. Mainly sunny skies, increasing cloudiness late this afternoon. Winds from the west 20, except 50 near the Juan de Fuca Strait and a high near 18. Cloudy tonight, becoming partly cloudy overnight with a low near 10. Becoming cloudy in the morning tomorrow with a 60% chance of showers late in the morning, and in the afternoon, a high near 15. Cloudy with a 40% chance of showers on Saturday with a high near 16. Sunny on Sunday with a high near 18. Right now in downtown Victoria, it's 15 degrees. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070. It's 11:05.
Fruit and berry plants are on sale now at Borden Mercantile. Raspberry, blueberry, strawberry, kiwi, lemon, and more are all 20% off. Borden Mercantile on Borden Street near Quadra and Mackenzie.
The CFAX 1070 Summer of Rock.
When you hear a clip from our Artist of the Week, AC/DC.
Text ROCK to 71010 with your first name.
To win a trip to Vancouver to catch them live in concert.
Brought to you by the Sax Point Pub in Esquimalt. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Good morning. Welcome to the program. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday after having a well-earned vacation. You are listening to CFAX 1070. Well, after Carrie-Lynne Finlay took leadership of the Conservative Party of BC, the Centre BC Party, which currently has no MLAs elected, says it is seeing a surge of interest from those who want a more moderate opposition to the BC NDP government. Leader Corinne Kirkpatrick is on the line now to explain what she's seeing. Good morning, Corinne.
Hi, Rob. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, nice talking to you, and thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate it. Tell us what you're seeing. I mean, you for those listeners who don't know, and I'm sure most do, you were a former BC Liberal, and then BC United as the party changed names, I guess. You formed this centrist party, Centre BC, with the idea of providing an alternative to people who did not want the NDP, but also were not satisfied with the direction that the Conservative Party of BC was going in under John Rustad after the last election. You ran as an independent and were not able to retain the seat that you had held as a BC United when you ran in West Van in the 2024 election, so subsequently started this new party. What are you seeing since Saturday night's results that resulted in Carrie-Lynne Finlay becoming the new leader of the Conservative Party of BC?
Well, we were very quietly plugging along and putting our constitution together and building out our riding associations, and then suddenly, and we anticipated, we knew if Carrie-Lynne won, we were going to have a different experience than if somebody like Pete Millibar won. So right after the announcement, new membership started coming in, donations started coming in. We're a small party run by volunteers up to this point, and so we haven't had the profile that we would have liked to have. But thanks to media and thanks to people in politics who knew who we are, there is a lot of interest, lots of phone calls, lots of new members, a big interest in our upcoming AGM and becoming a member so they can participate in that. And they're just simply tired of the dog whistle politics and the way that people speak to each other. And we want to bring respect and pragmatism back to politics.
Help us understand or quantify this. How many new members have you seen since Saturday night?
I'm gonna clarify this. We don't have 25,000 members, so when I talk about new membership, we've got 15 or 20% new members. We're in the hundreds now, and just to remind us all that we are the many hundreds, and we're a year old. So, but consistently 10, 15 during a day right now, which is a huge change for us.
Okay, and just so that I can understand this clearly, you're saying that since Saturday's result, which saw Carolyn Finley elected the new leader, you've seen an uptick in membership, and in terms of what that uptick looks like, you're saying it's about 10 or 15 members Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday kind of thing. So we're looking at probably 50-ish new members. Is that accurate?
Yep. Which may not sound big when you've got 25,000 members, but for us as we're growing, that's a significant jump for us, and we're hoping that it remains. And I believe it's going to continue as we speak to more people and as more people listen to Carolyn Finley's messages.
And when you talked about donations experiencing a surge since Saturday night as well, how much have donations gone up?
Well, we had a big jump in donations because we've been very quiet for the last little while. So I'd say they've gone up by about 60% in the last few days, and we're excited about that. And we are able, of course, to use this as an opportunity to start to fundraise because our value proposition is there's a lot of British Columbians who are politically homeless now. We draw both from the left and from the right. We've had NDP come and join us, and so we think that there's a big opportunity right now for us to continue to grow both in donations and in members.
Interesting. And again, just so that I can understand what this looks like in terms of growth, when you say there's been a 60% growth in donations in the last few days, what does that mean? 60% more on average a day compared to prior to Saturday? Or like how much money has been raised since Saturday?
Since to be honest, I don't actually know how much has been raised, but it's we're getting 1,000 a day or what, and that's significant for us. We've just want to remind people we're just a year old, so for us that's going to allow us to start to put in some more infrastructure and really start to raise our profile, which is something that's really important for us. But we're doing this. Thank you to the BC Conservatives, and thank you to the NDP.
Okay, so in terms of quantifying this, you would say it's about 50 or 60 new members since Saturday, and somewhere in the range of $5,000 or $6,000 in donations since Saturday?
Rob, that's my understanding. Yeah. I think the focus, though, is rather than how many members and how much money we've raised, is really what do we stand for and what are we doing at this point?
Okay. Well, tell me about in terms of, we are seeing a shift in the political landscape potentially, without a doubt, because we've got Carolyn Finley, who many people see as being less of a moderate candidate than Peter Millibar or Carolyn Elliott, I would say, or an Ian Black.
Yeah.
Do you expect to have you been in contact with any members of the current BC Conservative caucus, whether it's Peter Millibar or others? Since Saturday night, have you been in touch with people who are interested in joining your party?
I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't on the phone talking to as many people as I can. Now, we don't want to be the BC Liberals 2.0. We're a new party. We want to be fresh and progressive moving forward. But there are some excellent MLAs in the BC Conservatives who do align with what we're trying to do. So we certainly are speaking to people. It would be, of course, a game changer for us because, as you said in the introduction, we don't have any MLAs in the House. We would need 3 MLAs to bump the Greens out of that kingmaker role, and I think it's doable. And as I said to somebody else, I'm optimistic. I'm not confident it's going to happen, but I'm extremely optimistic based on the conversations I've been having.
Have you spoken to Eleanor Sturko or Amelia Boltby, 2 independents who were members of the Conservative Party, but one was kicked out in the form of Sturko and Boltby left on her own accord, but both have said they would not join the Conservative Party of BC. And Sturko, when I spoke to her, said she would not join the NDP. I don't know Boltby's position on that. But when I spoke to Eleanor Sturko the other day, she said nothing's off the table. Have you spoken to either Eleanor Sturko and Amelia Boltby about the possibility of them joining your party? That would give questions in question period. Those 2 people right there.
Well, I'm being very confidential in terms of who I'm speaking to because that will have impacts if I'm speaking publicly about them to them, regardless of what their conversation is. I will tell you, Eleanor and I speak frequently. We have spoken frequently over the last few years. She sat beside me in the House, and we're friends, and I think we're fairly aligned on things. So we have conversations all the time. Where that's going to go, I don't know. Anybody who makes a decision like this, it's a big decision. They've got the family they've got to talk to. They've got their constituents, their riding associations. But I'm understanding there is a lot of support for some of these MLAs to come over. We are having a leadership race as well, and when we started this party, and it wasn't just me, it was a group of people, I said from the beginning, I don't want to be the leader. I want to be here as the interim leader to help get this set up, to help build a party, and now let's build the excitement and get some new blood in there, somebody that can really take it to the next level. So if people become members prior to June 13th, they'll have an opportunity to run for executive roles, vote for people, and perhaps even run for leaders. So I think it's an exciting time for people to get involved, but they've got to join as members.
You were understandably very upset when BC United imploded. You said you sort of found out at the very last minute in the lead up to that election. It was like having the rug pulled out from under you, I'm sure. And the impact of that, or I guess the reason that was done ostensibly was to prevent the right from dividing in a way that would allow the NDP to win the election. And the Conservative Party did indeed come very close to winning that election. What is your view? I mean, are you worried that doing what you're doing now will divide the right again, and that we'll see the NDP squeak out or cruise to another victory because the right is once again divided?
No, and I keep having to repeat this to people. We are getting NDP voters joining us. We've had NDP Riding Association members in different locations resign as NDP members and join us. Federal Liberals joining us. We've got people who will not ever join the Conservatives who are coming together with us, as well as our more moderate Conservatives, to come together to build this party. So we're going to split the left as much as we're going to split the right. So I think that's just something that some scare tactics that we keep hearing, or a lack of understanding in terms of what we're actually trying to accomplish here. So now if you start up the BC Liberals again or BC United, well, now you're going to be splitting the right it'll be in shambles. So what we're doing is not splitting anything. It's bringing people together, and that's why I think we're going to be successful. Now is the time to do this.
Have you had any contact with people who are currently members of the NDP caucus about joining your party?
It's very possible.
That means yes?
It's very possible.
Okay, so we'll take
Rob, you know this stuff. You can't have these conversations because everything will go sideways if you do.
Okay, well, listen, I appreciate your time during what is a very interesting time in BC politics and shifting sands that I know your party is working to become a meaningful part of this landscape. So thank you, Corinne. I appreciate it.
Nice to chat with you again. Take care.
Yeah, you as well. That was Corinne Kirkpatrick, the leader of the party Centre BC. They don't currently have any MLAs, but they see this moment in political time as an opportunity perhaps to attract some. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be back in a few minutes.
From CFAX 1070.
Here's what's happening around the island.
Victoria Track Classic is June 12th at Centennial Stadium. Details at runsport.ca/Track Classic. Help care for local wildlife and enter to win the Wild Arc Raffle. June 1st through 18th, you can buy your tickets at spca.bc.ca.
Get more event info at cfax1070.com.
If it's happening, it's here.
CFAX 1070.
Debate, interviews, and breaking news. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You are listening to CFAX 1070. The BC Prosecution Service says it has laid a charge of sexual assault against independent MLA Jordan Keeley over allegations dating back to before his election in October of 2024. Special Prosecutor Gail Barnes was appointed in February involving an investigation by Prince George RCMP. Local news director and anchor with CJTC, DC TV, Michael Popov is on the line now to discuss this allegation and kind of what it means for the political landscape. Michael, thanks for being here.
My pleasure, Rob. Always nice to be with you.
Yeah. What do we know at this point? These are, as I understand it, it is one charge of sexual assault that was laid yesterday. What do we know about the situation?
Well, it's happened allegedly over a period of months. I was just listening to an interview with Keeley where he told another news outlet that the alleged victim was a former family friend who was an adult. I reached out to Keeley, and he had sent me a text message saying that he denied the claims and that he was going to fight it in court. But that's really all we know.
Okay, so this is one charge of sexual assault. Keeley has responded to you, and I believe others, indicating that he is innocent and denying the claims. The claims have not been tested, nor certainly proven in court at all, but it is one charge of sexual assault. Keeley, of course, is the independent MLA in Peace River North, which is right near where your station is. Well, you said about an hour's drive away, I guess. You're in Dawson Creek. They're in Fort St. John. What does this do? You know, there's no charges that have been proven. They've been simply laid. But what does this mean in terms of the political landscape right now? Because my understanding is that Keeley was certainly a supporter of Kerry-Lynne Finlay, the new Conservative leader, and he was a member of the Conservative Party until he chose to leave, upset with how things were going under John Rustad.
Yeah, we've spoken with Jordan Keeley a number of times in recent weeks concerning the election, and he was saying he was likely going back to the party if Finlay won, and he was one of 6 members of the caucus to support her, and it looked like his path was back to the party was clear. It was widely thought that Finlay would welcome Keeley back to caucus. She had, our insider said that, she'd said MLAs would have a say in that, but it wasn't clear if that involved a vote. A number of MLAs have told me that they have concerns about him coming back. But he had some real influence with Kerry-Lynne Finlay because of the support that he had. You had mentioned the riding, one of the most right-wing ridings in all of Western Canada, if not Canada. We really thought that he would, be welcomed back and have a real, ear to the new leader.
Well, that's interesting because I know Kerry-Lynne Finlay, the support she got when you looked at the geographic breakdown, not surprisingly, she got a lot of support in the interior and northern part of the province. And Jordan Keeley won by a landslide going against an incumbent in 2024. But then, as we've talked about in the spring of 2025, he and Tara Armstrong left the Conservative Party right after Dallas Brody had been kicked out, and he expressed disappointment and disapproval and frustration with the way things were going with the Conservatives. I know that he had on Saturday, I think he posted something on X talking about his support for Kerry-Lynne Finlay and a photo of the two of them together. So what you're saying is insiders have said that it did look quite likely that he was going to rejoin the Conservative Party?
Yeah, and now we don't have any information moving forward. Insiders say that feels unlikely. As you had mentioned, he left the party in March of last year. He called the caucus toxic, and that he had lost faith in John Rustad. And it's interesting because he was seen to be doing a very good job up here as an independent MLA. He certainly didn't have the budget to reach out and do the job that the caucus members with the Conservatives did. But, he seemed to be working effectively on behalf of his constituents, advocating for things like the Taylor Bridge. And as you know, the residents of Old Fort after the landslide in April, he was very effective advocating on their behalf when the evacuation order was issued. He just had a town hall meeting last night. So still very good support in his riding. He looked to be really set up. He took a stand against the Conservatives, and then he was working his way back, and everything was pointing to him coming back and having a real influence for this riding. He still is quite popular up here. If you look at the Facebook interactions with the information now that is spreading across the province, there's still a lot of support for him online, which is how this riding in this area seems to communicate with each other.
Yeah, I wonder if he, I guess we'll have to wait and see. And again, these charges are merely that. They've not been tested nor proven in court. And he's indicated to you and others that he is innocent and he intends to fight this charge. I should say charge.
And he's not going anywhere. Yeah.
He's not going anywhere. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out politically in terms of whether he's welcome in the party or not. He is the second member now, or second sitting MLA who was a Conservative Party of BC member at one point coming out of the last election, facing criminal charges. Han Chan, the Richmond Centre MLA, was kicked out of the Conservative Party of BC not long ago when it came to light. He was facing charges related to assault, choking, I believe, and uttering threats. What do you make of this? The fact that we have two MLAs who, again, these are charges that both men reject and say they will fight in court, but it's obviously a situation that is not easy on their political career at this moment.
Yeah, and it should be mentioned. You mentioned MLA Tara Armstrong, who now sits as an independent as well. She was in charge of the vetting process for the BC Conservatives before the last election. That has now resulted in, as you said, two MLAs facing criminal assault charges. And so, it's a real interesting turn of events, especially when you could see all the momentum up here that Keeley was having. It just feels like it's just been stopped in its tracks, even though, as you said, these charges haven't been tested in a court of law. Yeah,
you're up in that neck of the woods, and you've hit on it earlier in terms of the reaction online and that sort of thing. This is a story that's generated a lot of attention. I reached out to Jordan Keeley myself by way of phone and text. I have not heard back yet, and I'll let our listeners know what I do hear back. But he responded to you indicating that he's innocent and intends to fight this charge. But what is the vibe? What's the atmosphere? Are people shocked? Do you have a sense on the ground there as to how people are reacting to this news that just arose yesterday?
Well, it is shocking. I don't think that's too strong a word. Especially, I was talking to my reporter, Noah Abel, and he was saying that, it is shocking when you deal with someone on a weekly basis like this. And that's to say nothing of the allegations. But, in our industry, if we're shocked, that is reverberated around the Peace region, whether it is in Fort St. John and Dawson Creek. It's interesting when we were coming out of right in the aftermath of Tumbler Ridge, which is an hour away. What I found very quickly with the online community here is that shock wears off very quickly, and it turns to anger and finger pointing very quickly now in this day and age and in this region. And that seems to be what the discussion or discourse online now has become. It's Jordan Keeley has got his supporters that are saying that there's no way that this could happen. There's other people who are saying, this is awful news. And what we're seeing now is people just going at each other in an ad hominem way, which, it's one of the things that's very interesting that we said, when you deal with these shocking incidents, how quickly it turns to anger and accusation.
And very briefly, Michael, in terms of the timing of when the alleged incident or incidents took place, what do we know about that? I think you hit on that earlier, but in terms of its relationship to the election, and I'm trying to think about like vetting and or if Mr. Keeley would have even known about these allegations at the time that he was running for election.
Well, it's according to the BC Prosecution Service, the alleged offenses occurred between January 1st and September 20th, 24. We were talking about Tara Armstrong. One of the questions that I learned that was in the vetting process was, are you expecting to deal with any legal charges? Mr. Hahn had answered that question, and Mr. Keeley had answered that question as well. Now, I'm not comfortable, putting two to two together to give you an answer, but I do find it very interesting that the question was in place and that it was asked. It was asked by everybody who was considering running for the BC Conservative Party. So it seems like the alleged offences would have, reached some of that reporting time that was asked about on the form that Keeley had to sign.
Right, and as you say, I guess it's not maybe certain about whether or not we don't know really at this point whether or not he was contacted by the police or anything like that. The prosecution service sets a timeline that predates the election, but it's I guess it's unclear whether or not Mr. Keeley himself knew about the allegation. I gather the special prosecutor Gail Barnes was appointed recently, this past February. Well, listen, Michael, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate catching up with you and getting the latest from boots on the ground there. Thanks for your insights.
My pleasure. Anytime, Rob.
That was Michael Popov, the news director and anchor at CJDC in Dawson Creek, filling us in on the latest that he's learned after being in touch briefly with Jordan Keeley, the independent MLA, who the BC Prosecution Service says it has laid a charge of sexual assault against. Jordan Keeley denies the allegation. He has told outlets, including Michael Popov, that he is innocent and these charges have not been proven or tested in court. We will take a quick break for the news and be back to talk more BC politics.
If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 news update. The British Columbia Prosecution Service says independent legislator Jordan Keeley has been charged with sexual assault. The service says the charge against Keeley relates to alleged offenses between January 1st and September 20th of 2024 in Fort St. John. It says Special Prosecutor Gail Barnes was appointed on February 9th of this year, involving an investigation by the North District Prince George RCMP into Keeley, who is the provincial member of the legislature for Peace River North. The service says Barnes, a senior Vancouver lawyer, was appointed to avoid potential improper influence in the administration of justice. Keeley was charged yesterday and is scheduled to make his first court appearance in Fort St. John on July the 6th. He did not immediately respond to requests for comment. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070.
Adam Sterling. On demand? Absolutely.
We've got podcasting.
Download CFAX Podcasts on the free iHeartRadio app and listen on your schedule. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You are listening to CFAX 1070. Well, as always, it has been a fascinating time in BC politics. Right now, as more centrist movements try to make space to oppose the BC NDP government outside of the BC Conservative apparatus, in the aftermath of Kerry-Lynne Finley's taking party leadership on Saturday night, we're also watching a developing story after the Canadian press confirmed with BC's prosecution service that independent MLA Jordan Keeley has been charged with sexual assault. He's the MLA in Peace River North, as we were just hearing about. But aside from that story, we also saw lots going on in the legislative session, from fireworks over DRIPA, pipeline politics and economic issues pinching everyday people. Let's catch up with some of my press gallery colleagues. We've got Vancouver Sun's Alec Lazenby in studio, and we've got Northern Beat's Fran Yanner on the line to dig into this. Thank you both for being here.
Thanks for having us, Rob.
Yeah, nice to be here. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, you bet. Why don't we'll just go back and forth. I'll start with Alec. I mean, what do you make of really the biggest general story, I think, in BC politics right now is the Conservative Party BC's new leader, Kerry-Lynne Finley. What do you make of that? Were you surprised? Is that good news for the NDP or bad news?
I wasn't surprised that Kerry-Lynne Finley came out on top in the leadership race. I think I was probably thinking that it was either going to be her or Ian Black, with Caroline Elliott in the mix there. And the question will be, how will that party fare moving forward with Kerry-Lynne Finley, who does seem like she's trying to take the party further to the right than maybe it was before, and how will that, fit into their existing coalition that John Rustad brought together prior to the 2024 election. And the big challenge for Finley will be finding a way to unite that caucus, keep that caucus united, and it's an open question still of how she plans to do that.
Fran, what do you think of when you think of somebody like, say, Peter Millibar, and he's the person who sort of gets identified, I think, in the last few days as having the most contentious relationship with her, only because she made some comments about him being in a conflict of interest because his wife is Indigenous and had a part-time job with the Kamloops First Nation. So things got personal there. What do you think? Do you think that he's somebody she's going to be able to keep within the Big Tent party? Are there other people? He had the support of a bunch of MLAs as well.
I think, I don't know, based on her leadership campaign, it doesn't sound like she's interested at all. Her whole campaign was quite anti-BC Liberal. I mean, it's keep it conservative. She talks about she attacked the BC Liberal record, she called it, for the various policies. And she says, Liberals are not taking over our Conservative Party, not on my watch. That's directly from her platform page. So there's quite a few members, including Millibar, but you've also got interim leader Trevor Halford, who's done quite a good job as interim leader. He's an ex-BC Liberal. It's hard to know where she's going to go on this. If she follows her campaign strategy, I don't know how she's going to keep those people in caucus, but she is not going to be a viable force. The party will not be a viable force against the NDP if she doesn't.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating to see that, because as you're saying that, I'm thinking like Ian Payton. We got people in the Fraser Valley. We've got Millibar in the Okanagan area, or Kamloops. What do you, Alec? What do you think? Like, was David Eby? He's twice already that I've heard sort of tried to create a narrative of Kerry-Lynne Finley being MAGA North. He called her the regional manager for MAGA yesterday, I think. Are people going to eye roll about that and think, okay, this is just like schoolyard names, and it reflects that you've got substantive worries that you need to be concerned about, you're trying to deflect from, or is that kind of attack going to stick?
I think in terms of the MAGA North narrative, I think there will be a lot of eye rolling, but I also think that the NDP have an opportunity here, because I think Kerry-Lynne Finley is the person that they would have wanted to have seen come out on top in the Conservative leadership race, because there's plenty of angles that they can use to attack her, from her time as a minister in Stephen Harper's government to the most recent election federally where she lost and is now potentially under investigation from Elections Canada for some of her actions during that race, to some of the past comments by her own husband, Brent Chapman, who is the MLA for Surrey South. And so I think there's lots of her comments during the leadership race around Peter Millibar and his wife Leanne being Indigenous and indicating that might be a conflict of interest for him. And so I think the NDP are going to be very happy to have her as leader of the Conservative Party because there's lots of ways that they can go after her. I also think they see it as, and I think this will be a problem for the Conservative Party, is I'm not sure how much Carrie Lynn Finlay will appeal to those more centrist voters, the blue liberal types who were brought into the coalition somewhat by John Rustad, and might be dissatisfied with the NDP after almost 9 years of government, but at the same time is the Conservative Party under Carrie Lynn Finlay palatable to the average voter. And I think Fran is right in the sense that there's MLAs like Peter Milbar, maybe Gavin Dew, Brennan Day, Ian Payton, these types of MLAs who might not be thrilled with the direction that Finlay has taken the party.
If you've got an opinion on this, does Carrie Lynn Finlay represent a kind of a fresh new outsider from BC politics voice, or is she going to spell ongoing division for the party? Feel free to text us at 71010, or you could call us at 250-386-1161. Fran, what do you think? We just had Corinne Kirkpatrick on the show. You'll know that she ran as an independent last election after BC United imploded. She's talking about the idea that her party has seen a surge of interest. In fairness, when I put to her how much money and how many sort of inquiries, she said, well, listen, it's not been a ton. It's been new members, roughly 50 or 60, about 10, 15 a day since Saturday, and fundraising is about $1,000 a day. So we can put that in perspective. But when you do talk about some of these more moderate and former BC Liberal members who may not be welcome into the party or may not want to be there, do you think we're going to see Centre BC get some new candidates, or do you think we're going to see BC Liberal Party get reignited, or BC United?
I think that's a real possibility. Just to go back to your previous question, I think if the NDP's success in painting her as an extremist will depend wholly on Finlay. Whether she decides to take a track and move towards the unity of the party. If she doesn't, Centre BC, BC Liberals, I think you're going to see those parties, one or two of them reinvigorated by people who are dissatisfied. And you might even see the process led by some of the MLAs. I think at this point, $1,000, did you say $1,000 a day or 15 new members a day? That's actually, I don't know. I feel like that's maybe just the beginning. And people are going to, once they see which way she's going to move on this, and I have heard that she's rumblings that she's not going to be backing down. She's going to be catering to her base. We'll see.
Yeah, that's interesting because she has, and I'm curious about the same thing. I mean, she has a background. She's talked about it as being a lawyer. She's a King's Counsel, so she's a recognized, experienced lawyer, and she has 6 years, I believe, as an MP, including official opposition whip and being a national revenue minister under Stephen Harper, a government where there was a lot of discipline. It will be interesting to see if they take the bait. How disciplined is their caucus? I can be certain that there'll be issues like women's rights and abortion that get introduced by the NDP in different announcements, and it will be interesting to see how locked down things are. From our sort of bubble as journalists, we had that press conference where Carrie Lynn Finlay did not take any questions, and we were upset. I'm sure people outside of the political bubble don't really care about that. But what do you think, Alec? Do you think she's going to be able to keep discipline and keep the messaging really on track?
I think that's an open question. I think Fran's right in the sense that she's going to keep pandering to her base. And how far can that take her? How far can that take the Conservative Party at a time when you've got a party that now has 40,000 something members, but at the same time, if they're going to be successful in the next election, they need to appeal to those more middle of the road voters. And if Carrie Lynn Finlay is going hard on the issues around SOGI or parents' rights or abortion or more social conservative issues, how much does that play with the general public that is way more concerned about healthcare, affordability, public safety, these types of issues, and might actually be turned off by some of the more social conservative policies being put forward? Now, the Conservatives had lots of that prior to the last election, and they came within 22 votes or thereabouts of winning that election. And so it will be interesting to see the public's general dissatisfaction maybe with the NDP based on some polls versus how much they see the Conservatives as a viable alternative.
Yeah, and we had a texter who just texted in saying, attempting to portray Miss Findlay, a classic center-right politician, as an ex-extremist is going to backfire. And it's kind of shameful that you folks are suddenly playing along with that game. Well, fair enough. I don't know that we are playing along with that game, but Richard, you're entirely entitled to your point of view. I think it will be interesting to see what her slogan of faith, freedom, faith, family, and freedom, what that translates to, because I think when she was asked about it, and when I spoke to Aaron Gunn, somebody who's an influential member of the party, said, well, family is a foundational thing. The religious aspect of faith was not something that was being necessarily played up a lot. I spoke to Christy Clark yesterday, who expressed she was upset that Carrie Lynn Finlay was the new leader and was worried that it meant that the party was maybe giving the NDP a free pass. What do you think, Fran? I mean, are we going to see people who are upset with the direction the government's taken? We know the polls show that a lot of people are upset with the budget and healthcare and things like that. Are people going to plug their nose and say, listen, let's not worry about some of these social issues and let's get a new government in? It's been 9, and by then it'll be 11 years.
Again, I think it's entirely up to Carrie Lynn Finlay where she takes this. I don't think anyone really knows yet whether her goal is unity of caucus, unity of party. She definitely wants to win government, but she also has made some commitments to her base, to the Conservative members who voted for her, and she has her agenda also, like as each strong leader does. And so whether she can pull the party and the caucus together is, I don't know, it's up in the air. And if she can, she'll need to present herself. I don't think she can present herself as a viable, and her party as a viable alternative to the NDP at the election time unless she can unify the party and the caucus.
Okay, we better take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll speak with Fran Yanner and Alec Lazenby, two experts on BC politics.
From CFAX 1070.
Here's what's happening around the island.
Victoria Track Classic is June 12th at Centennial Stadium. Details at runsport.ca/Track Classic. Help care for local wildlife and enter to win the Wild Arc Raffle. June 1st through 18th, you can buy your tickets at spca.bc.ca.
Get more event info at cfax1070.com.
If it's happening, it's here.
CFAX 1070.
stories impacting the capital region. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You are listening to CFAX 1070, and we're talking the wild world of BC politics. The old cliche, never a dull moment, has certainly been proven in the last week. We've got a new leader of the Conservative Party of BC, and we also have, as recently as yesterday, allegations, and purely allegations, that have resulted in a charge that's untested against independent MLA Jordan Keeley, the MLA for Peace River North. I am joined by two esteemed colleagues. They'll blush when I say the word esteemed, but it's true. They've both broken multiple stories. Alec Lazenby with Vancouver Sun and Fran Yanar with Northern Beat. Thanks for doing this, you guys.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Rob.
What's your reaction? Jordan Keeley, he has responded to some inquiries saying, look, I'm innocent. The charge is one that I will fight in court, and it's not been tested in court. What's your reaction to this news?
Yeah, I mean, I think before saying anything else that these charges need to be proven in court, and they haven't yet, so at this point it's all just allegations. But, I mean, this goes back, these charges date back, like, the incident is purportedly to have happened prior to the last election, so before Jordan Keeley became an MLA. And I think this goes back to the vetting process for the BC Conservatives, because now we've seen two former MLAs for them, Hon Chan of Richmond Centre, and now Jordan Keeley of Peace River North, get caught out in Hon Chan's case, domestic violence charges, in Jordan Keeley's case, sexual assault charges. And Hon Chan was kicked out of the party. Jordan Keeley had already left as part of the Dallas Brody expulsion and the fallout after that. But it goes back to the fact that the Conservatives really were trying to build the ship, or the airplane, as they were taking off prior to the last election. And it really is an indication of the lack of vetting that they did for some of their candidates, because I imagine that if they had been more strenuous in that, maybe they would have found out about the pending, investigation into Hon Chan or the investigation into Jordan Keeley, and they wouldn't have been candidates in that race. And so, yeah.
What do you make of this? I mean, my understanding is that Jordan Keeley was very interested in rejoining the Conservative Party once Carolyn Finley was the new leader. I saw a photo from Saturday night of the two of them together, and he seemed to be endorsing her. And it seemed like it would make sense that he would rejoin the fold there. What does, and again, these are allegations, they're not proven. It's, he says, look, I'm innocent. But what does the fact of the allegations do to the political landscape in that area?
Well, first I would say, according to the CBC report I read, the prosecutors were only assigned to his case in 2026, so he wasn't charged likely until that point. So he may not have, if it wasn't in a charge stage, whether he told whatever the disclosure he needed to do to the Conservatives is I don't know what. And I agree with Alec. It's allegations. I myself would stay away from it, because we need to see how these things play out, and we can't try him in the public. And that said, as a new leader of the party, you probably have to be cautious about bringing someone in that has charges laid against them.
Yeah, I saw that the charges, I believe, were just laid yesterday, and Special Prosecutor Gail Barnes was appointed in February, so much after 2024. The Special Prosecution had indicated, as I understand it, that the alleged incident or incidents took place between January and September of 2024, so that would predate the election. But yeah, I don't know, and I don't think any of us know at this point whether or not he himself was aware of the allegation. I think Hon Chan had made similar comments that, yeah, sure, I've been charged now, but I wasn't aware of any allegation at the time of the election. So I guess we'll have to see what comes out in the wash there. I wanted to, unless Alec, you want to weigh in, I was going to say, shifting gears, and feel free to weigh in on anything else I just said, but what jumps out at you is, I mean, the spring session ended with the NDP chanting 10 more years, and I can't remember, what were the Conservatives chanting? The opposition were chanting something like, he's got to go, or something like that. It was a pretty ruckus event. We had Claire Rattay kicked out of the chamber at one point in question period. What stood out for you as the big story of this session? And feel free to weigh in on anything else you were hoping to.
Yeah, I think just to go back, I agree with Fran on the Jordan Keeley that we can't try him in the court of public opinion. For both Jordan Keeley and Han Shan, we don't know whether they were aware of the investigations or, the allegations or anything like that before they became elected. So we need to be careful about how we approach that topic. And then moving forward to spring session, it was interesting because it was dominated by DRIPA. Will the NDP introduce amendments? Will they suspend the legislation? Is EB facing, dissent from his own caucus over his direction on this? And it was also dominated by the budget. $13.3 billion projected deficit. That's nothing to shake a stick at. So it will be interesting to see how they handle all of that over the summer. I know negotiations are still ongoing around DRIPA. Will we get something in the fall? Will we not? That's an open question. But I think for the NDP, they'll be happy to have survived this session, which was not very good for them for the vast majority of the few months in Victoria, and we'll be hoping for an opportunity to regroup. And I think it will be interesting to see, now that they do have an opponent in Carrie Lynn Finley for the Conservatives that they can target, they know who the enemy is now, how they'll plan to approach that. We've seen the Mega North narrative. We'll see if that sticks, but I think for the NDP, the focus will be on regrouping over the summer and hopefully having a better fall than they did in spring.
Friend, last one for you. Wanted to get your thoughts on, with the session over, it was a session where there was questions about David Eby's leadership. The Conservatives were actually targeting Ravi Kahlon or Nikki Sharma as the people they'd shifted their focus to, seeing them as potential successors to Eby. Do you think we're going to see an election? You don't have much time, so I've eaten it up. But do you think we'll have an election before the 2 years? And do you think David Eby will be at the helm for the next election?
I think a lot will depend on Carrie Finley, and if the NDP can make a narrative of extremism fit, that's in her corner. And it will depend on DRIPA. If that was the story of the session, they did not resolve it. They're now in negotiations with leaders that are questionably with no democratic tie to the public, and have said they're not going to move their position. So I don't see where they're going to go with the DRIPA amendments, but they have to resolve it.
Interesting. Well, we will find out when they return in October, I guess. I want to thank both of you for taking the time to share your insights with us. I was joined by my colleagues Alec Lazenby with the Vancouver Sun and Fran Yanor with Northern Beat. Thank you to you both.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Rob.
So we're going to take a quick break for the news and return in a few minutes.
CFAX Victoria,
An iHeart radio station. If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
This is Victoria at noon on CFAX 1070.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Young with CFAX 1070 Victoria at noon. Independent MLA Jordan Keeley has been charged with one count of sexual assault, but the legislature says he's innocent of that accusation. Provincial prosecutors say the charge stems from allegations dating back between January 1st and September 20th of 2024 before his election to the legislature in October of that year. Keeley says in a statement that he'll prove his innocence in court and that it will be business as usual as he continues to advocate for his constituents. The Provincial Prosecution Service says Vancouver lawyer Gail Barnes has been appointed as a special prosecutor in the case, and Keeley is set to make his first court appearance in Fort St. John on July the 6th. Ottawa's new National Artificial Intelligence Strategy says Canada has a major AI adoption gap and looks to build trust through legislation that tackles concerns about surveillance pricing and chatbot safety. The strategy, announced by the Prime Minister in Toronto today, plans to increase use of AI through free training for all Canadians.
We will ensure that every post-secondary student has access to trusted AI agents, whether they're in art schools or computer science labs, whether they're training to be electricians or carpenters, in order that our next generation has world-class, reliable tools on which to build and learn.
Carney also says the strategy will introduce a new program for projects that improve Canadians' lives, with the first $200 million investment focused on improving health outcomes. The federal government's budget watchdog says Ottawa has a less than 1% chance of maintaining the key fiscal anchor of shrinking the deficit as a share of the economy every year.
Parliamentary Budget Officer Annette Ryan released her office's first economic and fiscal update since she assumed the role in April. The budget watchdog predicts annual deficits will average $4.6 billion higher than Ottawa projected in its spring economic update. It also expects the deficit for this fiscal year will edge down slightly to $71.8 billion. That's about $6.5 billion higher than Ottawa projected. Ryan argues that annual deficits will be deeper than Ottawa expects, mainly because of lower income tax revenue and higher program expenses. Brenda Molina Navidad, The Canadian Press.
5 people were displaced as a result of a structure fire yesterday afternoon in Sault Town Centre on Felton Lane. 2 of those were safely evacuated from the single-family residence and treated for smoke inhalation at the scene. The family dog perished in the fire. The home sustained significant damage, but firefighters managed to contain it, so neighboring properties were not damaged. The cause of the structure fire remains under investigation, which may take several weeks. The Office of the Fire Commissioner has been notified and is supporting the investigation. While that was taking place, a separate brush fire was reported on Otter Point Road. That fire was quickly extinguished and contained. It's believed that fire was caused by spontaneous combustion of organic material. Checking your noon hour stocks, the TSX is up 448 points at 35,249. The Dow Jones is up 890 points at 51,577. And the Nasdaq is up 57 at 26,911. The Canadian dollar down 2 basis points at 71.9 cents U.S.
Today's CFAX 1070 News Poll. Are you concerned about the federal government's proposed rollbacks of environmental policy? You can vote now at cfax1070.com or the iHeartRadio app.
Weather forecast for Greater Victoria. Mainly sunny today, increasing cloudiness late this afternoon. Winds from the west at 20, except 15 near the Juan de Fuca Strait and a high near 18. Cloudy, becoming partly cloudy overnight with a low near 10. Becoming cloudy in the morning tomorrow. There's a 60% chance of showers late in the morning and into the afternoon with a high near 15. Cloudy with a 40% chance of showers on Saturday with a high near 16. Right now in downtown Victoria, it's 16 degrees. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070. It's 12:06.
The CFAX 1070 Summer of Rock.
When you hear a clip from our Artist of the Week, AC/DC.
Text ROCK to 71010 with your first name.
To win a trip to Vancouver to catch them live in concert.
Brought to you by the Sax Point Pub in Esquimalt. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the program. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling. You're listening to CFAX 1070, and there is a promotion you need to know about, especially if you like rock and roll, especially if you like AC/DC. The CFAX 1070 Summer of Rock. It is on. Listen from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the Artist of the Week. We'll play a snippet. Claire will be playing a snippet of a song from that artist. This week's artist, none other than AC/DC. You could be winning 2 tickets to see them in Vancouver. That includes flights from Helijet and overnight accommodation at the Rosedale and Robson Suite Hotel. The CFAX Summer of Rock is powered by the Sax Point Pub in Esquimalt. If you hear AC/DC, a snippet of it played by Claire Boussaret, text ROCK and your name to 71010. Speaking of rock, you know who rocks? FP, the fearless producer.
Hi, Rob. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Morgana Adby has led me through this journey. Today's the fourth and final day, and she's back.
I love a good journey. I love an adventure. I love a rabbit hole. Yeah, it's been so fun having you. You know that? Because you have like such great perspective and insight, especially on the political goings on out in the legislature and beyond, and it's really been a treat.
Well, thank you. No, I've really enjoyed doing it. It's excellent working with you guys. You've taught me a lot, and it's just fun. It's a fun chance to talk about things live, and it's a fun chance to have very conversational conversations.
Yeah, and get lots of local perspectives, too. I mean, not that you're a total stranger to a local scoop or, like, a local perspective and things like that. But I think that with that being more our focus and things like that, sometimes whenever you and me come together, Rob, it's really cool because, like, you'll have this, like, big picture understanding of the issue and who feels about, like, what about what and the different kind of mechanics at play. And then I'll be like, oh, yeah, and we also got this random local angle. And you'll be like, oh, yeah, I didn't know about that part. So it's kind of like we bring our two knowledge bases together, and it's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And I just realized I lost the text, so I'll have to get Brad back in here to help me at some point. But if you do have a comment you want to text us, feel free to text us at 71010. Morgana can probably stick handle that as well. Or you can call us at 250-386-1161. Speaking of local perspective, I think we have somebody who is a regular listener on the line who has a local perspective who wanted to weigh in.
All right, let's hear it. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good.
Doing well.
Thanks.
How are you?
Good. We need a new party in this province. And unfortunately, the way politics is going, we need somebody that's BC and about BC. Not, we are part of Canada, but you see what's happening, with Alberta, they're talking, and I don't expect it to happen, but separatism, Quebec's always been there. So we have to not necessarily promote the fact that we want to separate, but we got to stand up more for BC and what BC needs and wants. So when it comes to the pipeline, we'll be part of the group. We'll do the pipeline. We get a percentage of what pumps through this province, and we want world-class cleanup along the coast. If you intend on doing this, and you're going against policies that were put in place about shipping off the West Coast here. So I think we need a whole new party, because the NDP have shown themselves they don't know how to manage money. Well, they know how to manage spending it and showing nothing for it, and the Conservatives never were a choice. So we need I won't say a grassroots party, but, people are getting sick of the parties that they're in. And I think we need a new party that speaks for those people. And we're seeing now with, sorry, I forget his name, the minister leaving the feds because of green initiatives.
Gilbo?
And he's going to, thank you. He's going to strike out, whether he stays in politics or not, but he's going to strike out on the things that he believes in. And so we need a party like that to come together on the things that they believe in. Pro-BC, maybe even call it the BC Party. We got the Québécois, so why not the BC Party? And, we just need to strike out as a true entity in this country, but part of this country.
Do you worry, Kevin, about, if you want to change from the NDP, and I think a lot of people do feel like there's been a natural cycle, 9 years is a long time to be in power, or they're just ticked off about things like money management, the deficit, healthcare not improving in the way they want to see it happen. Do you worry that all that being said, we're going to see more fractures on the right because of what's happened on Saturday night? Or do you feel like she's gonna it sounds like you're not a supporter of her as the leader of the BC Conservatives, but I don't want to make that assumption. I guess I'm saying, are you worried there's going to be a fracture on the right and the NDP are going to get another free pass?
No, because as I said, we need another alternative. And that alternative is a new way to look at things and a new party. And I never was one for the NDP getting in. I don't think they're good money managers. I think they're far too far up the unions, and they forget about the common guy out there. But as it is, they need to go. They should have never got in. And as I said, the Conservatives, they're too far out there. They're too far out there. And they speak for themselves, not for the province. But, we need a BC voice in there. And I just don't feel like we've got it. EB could have got so much out of that pipeline coming through the province. And it could have created so many jobs with the First Nations walking the pipelines to make sure there's not spills, walking the coast, keep their eyes open for things. There's just so much work that could have been created and so much. And with DRIPA, bringing the First Nations in to watch their province would have made huge leaps and bounds with them. But, he's not a smart guy.
Do you think there's a chance that David Eby knows that it may be inevitable that a pipeline comes through and he's negotiating now by putting up this front?
No, he's just trying to show face. He's not putting up a front. He's trying to show face that, I was always against the pipeline and that. No, but he's really not asking for much in return that we can see. He's just kind of like putting his back up. Well, they're getting things because they threaten the government and that. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. And that's what I mean about a BC party.
So should we be looking at the same? Should we be looking at possibly either having some sort of Western separatism movement here,
No.
whether it be multiple provinces or just BC alone?
No.
Why?
No. I'm a piece of Canada. I do live in British Columbia, but you know what? I got a sister in Nova Scotia. Do I want to separate from the country that she's in? No. Plus, there's so much diversity, not just in peoples, but in landscape, everything in this country. We are an amazing country as a country, not as a splintered country, but because of the way politics is, we have to stand up for ourselves as British Columbians, but as Canadians. So that's what I mean. We need a new party to speak for us, but also to speak for Canada. And that means a new party. I was never a liberal person either. And I was completely upset when it got dissolved and he just went, I've lost my rankings. I'm just going to walk off in a corner and cry and dissolve the party. You put it there, let the voters speak and then try to rebuild it instead of just folding it. That was him just trying to save face. So, but I have to say, I really like your coverage of the politics with a nonpartisan look at it, just, looking at it as it is. So, but no.
Kevin, I appreciate the call, and I appreciate your thoughts on this and your perspective. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
That was Kevin weighing in on his thoughts on the need for a new entity, a new party in this BC landscape. We'll see. There's obviously a lot of jostling going on for that center-right vote. Why don't we take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back to talk further politics. Pipelines, if you want, give us a call. We are at 250-386-1161. Feel free to weigh in with what's on your mind.
Want a junk-free summer? CFAX 1070 has got your back. Enter online for your chance to win a complete summer cleaning service from 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Greater Victoria's trusted professional junk removal team. Old furniture? Goodbye. Broken appliances? Adios. As long as it's liftable and non-hazardous, 1-800-GOT-JUNK will make it disappear. You deserve a junk-free summer. So let's get it out of there. Enter to win today at CFAX1070.com.
where Victoria comes to talk. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who is on a very well-deserved vacation. He'll be back on Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070, and I'm joined currently by Claire Boussaret, doing her magic on the tech board there, as well as Morgana Adby, who's been doing her magic to line up really interesting guests all week. Morgana, good to see you again.
Good to see you, Rob. And, I've been really enjoying some of the feedback and, texts that we've been getting about this issue with the new leadership. There's so many different perspectives. Some people say, hey, Carrie-Lynne Finley, she is out to lunch. She is not going to be electable in this province. I don't think so. And other people are saying, I really think she could unite the province, and people are giving her a bit of a bad rap. So it's always great to kind of explore those perspectives. I have a texter here agreeing with the previous caller, Kevin, that we just had, saying we need another provincial party focusing on BC and Canada. The NDP with Evie is politicking and spending lots of money without any results. If there's another NDP leader, I may appreciate the NDP and vote for them in the future, though. So lots of people that are kind of open-minded at this point as well.
Yeah, and I think there's this unknown entity in the form of Carrie-Lynne Finley, because she has this pedigree where she's been a Conservative MP. She's an experienced lawyer, so she has that sort of gravitas. She's been a national cabinet minister, and at the same time, she's been unapologetic about being, sort of purity test. She wants to get rid of the liberal influence in the Conservative Party, and people don't know what that's going to look like when it's actually operationalized. Is there going to be real culture wars going on? And that was something that in the lead up to the last election arguably cost the BC Conservatives the election, because her very husband, Brent Chapman, some social media posts he had became the topic of conversation in several press conferences where John Rustad was trying to talk about substantive issues, whether it was involuntary care or issues like that became sort of hijacked by questions about the social views of one of his candidates. So it made it very difficult for him to get his message across. It allowed the NDP to, I think what the Conservatives would say is fearmonger and try and suggest things that were not actually going to come to pass. But it was a significant distraction, and I think it did impede their ability to get across the finish line. So there's that unknown of how that's going to play out in the fall when they come back. And it's fascinating. On the other hand, maybe she will be somebody who really crystallizes the support and serves as a focus. Maybe she'll be like a Donald Trump, and that's what David Eby would want people to believe. But on the other hand, Donald Trump was pretty effective against Hillary Clinton. So,
well, yeah, absolutely. And almost when people say, oh, it's never going to come to pass, it's just fear-mongering and things like that, I think to some extent that is very fair, because there is obviously that political utility for the BC NDP to be painting the Conservatives in a certain light that is going to be a hard pill to swallow with the general electorate. But at the same time, I've been surprised. I'm not going to lie. I've had some unexpected moments over the past few years where there have been big swings in political opinion and public opinion that I had thought weren't necessarily something that I was going to see in this province, and yet they came to pass. And I think that when people talk about the pendulum swing and some of the factors that have really been pushing that, whether it be issues with the economy or issues that came out of COVID, social issues that came out of COVID, just the weird social existence we were all in during that time and how that shook things up. I don't know. Could it never come to pass? I don't know. At this point, I have just become, I try not to be so open-minded that my brain falls out, but I've become very open-minded about what could come to pass.
Yeah, don't have that happen. Don't be that open-minded. That's a good expression. I'm wondering, something caught my eye in one of the texts we had where the person talks about, and you had just read it out, if there's another NDP leader, I may appreciate the NDP and vote for them in the future. I read something the other day, people speculating about something that has had a lot of speculation, the idea of Port Coquitlam Mayor Brad West becoming the NDP leader, the new leader. And I think that's an interesting concept, because he's somebody who seems to have he's had a bit of a populist dent in the sense that he's been very outspoken about public safety and open public drug use. I've asked him before in the past, when there's been an opening, like for example with the Conservative leadership race, would you run for the Conservatives? Mm-hmm. And he says, hey, I keep getting asked about that. I'm not a Conservative. He's more likely an NDP. But he said, he I think attributes it to the fact that he was outspoken against the NDP policy as it related to the pilot project for, open drug use, for example. And that that taking issue with some of the public safety issues, people assume you are going to be right of center when it's really an issue that probably people of all spectrums, on the spectrum care about, whether they're left or right politically. But I think he would be an interesting choice. If you've got an idea as to who you think would be a dynamic leader for the NDP, this is completely spitballing, but you look at the idea of a Brad West. I wondered about a Stu Young. Langford's former mayor, Stu Young. Imagine him coming in, because I always remember hearing him and John Horgan, two friends. I don't know.
Rob, I can't keep a straight face with that one. I do not think that's going to happen.
That was a left field one. Well,
I don't know.
It's BC politics.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, remember to keep that open mind, because I've been surprised before. But if that happened, I would be a little bit shocked, especially with how the changing relationship between the municipalities and the province has been. I mean, one of the themes that we've been talking about is EB's government's relationship with other levels of government, right? Whether it be national, interprovincial, but also municipalities. I mean, a lot of the local issues that we've been covering here involving things like zoning and development and how much of that is going to be happening, or even things like emergency preparedness. A lot of that is being dictated by the provinces down to the municipalities now. So if Stu Young became the leader of the NDP, I will say this, it would be a very different NDP. Well,
and I don't know that you make a good point. I think the NDP, it seems like a weird fit. He's such a entrepreneurial guy, but I'm throwing out any random names that you can think of. Who would be a high profile person, somebody who may have a populist appeal, somebody who has got political chops, who could be an interesting person? I think we've got a caller.
Yes, we do. And hi, Bill.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Thanks. How are you?
Good. So I'm just going to chime in here a little bit. The current situation with the NDP is basically they've screwed up everything they've touched. So any opposition party has so much ammunition, they can fire it out every day, dozens and dozens of stuff. Everything they've touched, they screwed up. Now, here's the problem. The world bond managers that lend the money to the governments and all that are getting very, very anxious. And if the British Columbia government doesn't get their act together and start forcing a balanced budgets and moving forward in that particular areas, we're all in a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter whether the NDP's got another leader or EB's there or whatever. We need just to totally, whoever it is, to clean up our act, start balancing our budgets, which nobody on the radio or anybody else talks about, and move forward. It's going to be a lot of pain, but we have to do it. We're now in a recession, and we're in a lot of trouble. That's my 2 cents.
Bill, thank you for your 2 cents. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
All right. And we are approaching our weekly segment with Michael Mulligan pretty quick here. I do know we've had some other people calling in, but maybe we can circle back to that after Mulligan. But if you want, we can read a few of these final texts before we wrap up, Rob.
Let's do it.
All right. Ravi Parmar was groomed by John Horgan. He's almost old enough now, one texter says.
Somebody else says, can someone explain exactly what is the problem with KLM? Well, I don't think that's for us to say. I don't think we're saying there is a problem with KLM. I think that the NDP, David Eby yesterday was calling her, I believe, the regional manager, words to that effect, for MAGA North.
Yes.
So there's a suggestion, and also there's the NDP, their opponents have said that she is too extreme for current members of the BC Conservatives. I guess it's really more important what the public thinks in terms of what the problem with her is.
I will say one thing. And that's that my philosophy and my approach, and this goes into my work quite a bit as well, is that nobody gets a pass. Nobody is a perfect person, and if you have a position of authority or power in a community, in a province, influence, whatever, you're not going to be without scrutiny. And so when Carrie Lynn Finley dips her toes into issues that are wedge issues socially and are things that people are going to have a knee-jerk reaction, whether that be positive or negative in favor of what she's saying, she's going to be scrutinized for that. It comes with the course.
Got somebody else here who says BC's newly elected Conservative leader sounds like I think they mean disciple of Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society. Check out the 3-part documentary on NPR.org subject Leonard Leo, fasten your seatbelt, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Well, I don't know what exactly. I'll have to check that out. Somebody else says Christy Clark sounds like a good person to lead the extreme left. I don't know that I would agree with that as the extreme left, but that's, hey, there's no wrong answers.
And you folks can keep texting in at 71010 as we head into our Legally Speaking segment, and we will go back to the text box and hear what you got to say later.
If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 News Update. BC Independent MLA Jordan Keeley has been charged with sexual assault, but the legislator says he's innocent of the accusation. Provincial prosecutors say the charge stems from allegations dating back between January 1st and September 20th of 2024, before his election to the legislature in October of that year. Keeley says in a statement he will prove his innocence in court and that it will be business as usual as he continues to advocate for his constituents. The Provincial Prosecution Service says Vancouver lawyer Gail Barnes has been appointed as a special prosecutor in the case, and Keeley is set to make his first court appearance in Fort St. John on July the 6th. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070.
Your dashboard's HD symbol isn't just for show.
It's where CFAX lives. What do you think?
Get clearer breaking news, traffic, and weather on 107.3 HD2.
This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the program. Good afternoon. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling today. He will be back on Monday after being on vacation. You're listening to CFAX 1070, and our next guest is no stranger to the show, Michael Mulligan, barrister and solicitor at Mulligan Defense Lawyers. Michael, thanks for doing this. Thanks for being on the program today.
Hey, thanks so much. Always great to be here.
Yeah, good to chat with you. Good to hear your voice. And you've dug up some interesting cases, including one I gather about gambling. Supreme Court of Canada decision not to hear an appeal. Maybe if that's a good place to start, let us know, because I know coming out of last week at the Ledge, there was some interest in the fact that the Supreme Court of Canada declined to hear an appeal of a New Brunswick case related to Aboriginal title. So the very fact of whether a court decides to hear an appeal or not is in itself significant.
That's right. And so that was one of the things that I thought was worth commenting on about this case, as well as just some of the underlying issues that were dealt with in terms of taxation as it relates to people who are playing Texas Hold'em poker. And so just like in the case you mentioned, dealing with a leave application, this was a appeal, in this case, the one that we're talking about today, from the Federal Court of Appeal of Canada. And the Federal Court of Appeal hears appeals from a number of sources, including from the tax court. And the way it works is that, like with appeals from other provincial courts of appeal, you don't have the right to just go to the Supreme Court of Canada because you want another kick at the can. In most cases, if you wish to get a case in front of the Supreme Court of Canada, you need to make what's called an application for leave or permission to bring the appeal there. And ordinarily, the Supreme Court of Canada is very selective in terms of the cases that it can hear each year, because it can only hear a limited number, and there would be hundreds of people who might, for a variety of reasons, wish to try on one more level of appeal. And typically, the Supreme Court of Canada would pick cases on the basis of things like whether it's a matter of national interest or importance, or sometimes they'll pick cases where there's an interesting or important legal issue that needs to be settled, or sometimes they'll pick cases where, for example, you've got courts of appeal in different parts of the country that have come to completely different conclusions. And so those would be the sort of things they would take into account when deciding whether to grant leave. And in the case you mentioned in terms of whether land claims can include personal property, an issue that's live in BC, the Supreme Court of Canada, in a different case where that was an issue, declined to grant leave. And one thing to be said about that is it's not necessarily an endorsement, because there are a variety of reasons why the Supreme Court of Canada could choose not to hear something. But at least it's their view that it's not of national importance, or the particular case they want to hear to sort out that issue. And so the decision that came out, one of the decisions that came out today from the Supreme Court of Canada, was a decision denying a leave application to this case involving taxation of poker winnings. And reading the underlying case, it's an interesting one, and it has some things that people, I think, should be aware of, because it can have implications in terms of maybe what you want to spend your spare time doing, but also when you might have to pay tax on something. And one of the things that underlies that, and it's an interesting difference between, for example, Canada and the United States, is that in Canada, there's a specific provision in our Income Tax Act that provides that you don't have to pay income tax if you wind up with winnings from, for example, a bet or prize or a lottery scheme. So if you win the lottery in Canada, it's not taxable. That's not the case, for example, in the United States. If you're down in the U.S. and you made some win at a casino, for example, they're going to keep a portion of that money because it may be due in tax down there.
Did not know that. That's a big deal, obviously. That makes the winnings so much more.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one. I mean, in terms of the lottery thing, you can sort of understand that in Canada, given that lotteries have generally, historically in Canada, been operated by government, so they really are in their entirety a tax. But we've just, as a policy decision, decided to apply that same thing to other kind of prizes or bets or things you might win, right? So if you go to the casino here and you win it big, generally, that's tax-free. But there's an important exception here, and that's what this case was dealing with. And the case was an appeal actually by three different people who all knew each other, sounds like they got along and maybe even spent time together, who all got seriously into playing poker, and in particular Texas Hold'em poker. And they didn't just sort of clean up one weekend at the casino. They had instead, it had become virtually their entire means of earning income. Like, for example, one of them was playing between 15 and 25 hours a week. Some of them were traveling around Europe. They took a 4-month trip there and were playing poker, and they earned enough money to cover all of their expenses in Europe. And a couple of them took a trip to Australia. They won a pile of money there. And eventually, for example, one of them purchased a home in Quebec, $225,000 home, cash, paid for that, all earned from poker playing. Also then purchased a condo in Florida, $360,000 US, paid for in cash. And it drew some attention and a review of how much they had earned, and it was substantial. they were looking at various taxation years, but for some of them, for example, the years like in 2009, one of them earned $305,000 in poker. In 2010, $1.4 million.
Wow.
2011, $1.9 million. 2012, $736,000.
We're in the wrong career, Michael.
Yeah, you should go play poker. And they didn't pay tax on it. And they said, well, these are just winnings. I just happen to have been very fortunate. I've won these prizes and bets. And so the taxation people in Canada took a different view of it. And the reason there could be a disagreement there is that if you turn something into what amounts to a business activity, you then have what amounts to business income, not just a lottery win, or not just, hey, I got lucky and won the poker game with my buddy on the weekend. And so the legal issue becomes, how do you parse up whether you are in the business of playing poker or whether you just were very fortunate in a number of betting enterprises. And one of the things that the court, both the Court of Appeal and the court that dealt with it initially looked at, is that poker is not just a lottery scheme. Certainly there is a element of randomness in it, but there's little dispute that the outcome of a poker game is going to be the product of both the random cards that are drawn, but also the player's skill. And the court pointed out that, for example, anyone who pays any attention at all to people playing poker is it's now, for example, something that's televised on sporting channels, right? And there aren't too many televised, shows about somebody going and buying a 649 ticket. There's not much
one-armed bandits. You don't think no one would watch that, but there are. I think of there as, and I'm not knowledgeable about it, but I do think of there as being professional poker players.
That's right. And the reason you can be a professional poker player is that it involves an element of skill. It's not just a matter of, hey, there are no professional, slot machine players, right? There's just nothing in it other than pulling a handle down and you're going to lose, right? Yep. And so the court pointed out that these people, all three people here, like year after year, were generating substantial amounts of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in and year out. Not something that's going to occur if you're just sitting at the slot machine. And so one of the traditional ways that's looked at is whether what you're engaged in has a reasonable expectation of profit. That's one way to approach it. But another way to approach it, and it's an alternative, is that if you engage in business-like behavior, which is an interesting thing, and so they would look at things like, how much time are you spending doing this? Are you doing it in a business-like fashion? Is this just some kind of a minor, incidental pursuit on the weekend that's going to be in that category of, well, a lucky win at the casino, I guess. But here they looked at how these people operated, and they found that it was operated in a, sufficiently commercial fashion. They were looking at their odds and making careful decisions about how they were betting and how they were playing the game, that kind of thing. And so they upheld, the Court of Appeal did, the Federal Court of Appeal, the decision that this was a business-like operation. That led to another interesting conclusion, which was also not overturned, which was if this is business income, then you also have the right to deduct losses and expenses, just like you would from any other business. And so the alternative position from these taxpayers was, well, okay, fine, if you don't buy my argument that I've just repeatedly won various bets, they then said, well, we should be able to deduct losses and expenses. Hey, we have to travel all over.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they had this list of expenses and times when they lost money. Now, I should say those figures, like, for example, the one year, the $1.9 million, that year, the losses were only $1,684. Pretty good poker player.
Wow.
In other years, for example, 2009, winnings $305,000, losses $305. So it was almost a wash, right? Other years, though, like winnings $736, losses $215. And so big gains virtually every year, year in and year out. But they were allowed to deduct their losses, which is an interesting thing. You sure can't go in and deduct the losing lottery tickets that you go and purchase. That's not coming off your income. But if you get into one of these things and you do have that reasonable expectation of profit, or you're engaged in a business-like behavior, you can turn what otherwise might not be taxable into taxable income. Similar issues have arisen with respect to things like principal resident houses, right? And there have been some changes around that. Generally, you don't pay capital gains on the amount that your house goes up if it's your principal residence. But if you're a person who's flipping houses, you can then have the business of renovating houses. And there have been some changes made to that for people that are holding them, in most cases, for a shorter period of time. So you can't just turn over a house every year and pay no tax on the capital gain that would result from that. And in fact, if you're doing that as a business, it's going to turn into business income rather than non-taxable capital gains on a principal residence. The flip side of all of that, sometimes this will come up for people, is that you have somebody who's trying to establish that there was some reasonable expectation of profit in order to be able to deduct losses, for example. And that will often come up in cases where people have, quote, businesses, close quote, or things they're claiming to be businesses and generating business losses, which have the appearance of being the opposite of this, which would be kind of a recreational activity. Classic examples of that would be somebody who says, hey, I'm going to buy a beautiful big sailboat, and I'm going to claim this was for the purpose of chartering it. And it's really too bad each year I generate a giant loss on my sailboat, and I'd like to write that off. You can wind up with the opposite circumstance where you have no reasonable expectation of profit, and eventually your effort to deduct your losses will wind up being denied on your income tax return.
Can I ask you, Michael? I'm curious. So on this case, was the decision very contingent on the particular facts? Like if you or anyone who's ever played poker with me, the 4 times I've done it can attest to the fact that I'm not good at poker. But if somebody who does not do it in a way that comes across seemingly as a professional activity, would we still be subject to the idea that we would be forced to pay taxes if we just purely got lucky playing blackjacks or poker one night?
Probably not. And they gave an example of the whole kind of list of various things that we looked at when determining whether either you've got that reasonable expectation of profit, that's a common way that it's looked at, or whether you're engaged in something that has a sufficiently business-like elements to it. And here they listed things like, for example, that they were earning their entire living from it. It was their only source of income. They devoted almost all of their time to doing it. They were able to make a profit on a yearly basis consistently and regularly. That despite being a bit of an unconventional lifestyle, they said, they did what they were doing in a business-like manner, playing to win, having strategies to do that, and engaging things like risk management considerations and all of that. And so you're exactly right. If you're the person who just lucks out at your buddy's house on the weekend and earns some money at a poker game, you're almost certainly going to be non-taxable. But if that turns into your principal source of income, you're spending most of your time doing it, you're traveling around doing it, inconsistently making a whole bunch of money doing it, you're very likely to wind up in a circumstance where you're engaged in a business-like activity, not just sort of a recreation on the weekend. So that's really the dividing line. It's now, I suppose, the leading case on where that dividing line is in the case of somebody who's playing Texas Hold'em poker.
Well, that's super interesting. Well, we should probably take a quick break for a commercial, but we're speaking with Michael Mulligan. His weekly segment is a criminal defense lawyer enlightening us on the latest interesting developments in the law. We'll be back in a moment or two.
CFAX, Santa's Anonymous.
Hey, grown-ups, you know, the ones still kids at heart.
Through the Kids Count Children's Grant Program powered by CFAX Santa's Anonymous, local kids are getting help with summer camp fees, food security, and mental wellness support.
Where do you see kids needing the most support?
Access to healthy, fresh food through the summer.
Visit CFAXSantas.com right now and give directly to the cause that matters most to you.
Kids Count.
Powered by CFAX Santa's Anonymous.
To find out how you can help, visit CFAXSantas.com. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070 and the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You are listening to CFAX 1070, and our guest at the moment is Michael Mulligan, a criminal defense lawyer with Mulligan Defense Lawyers, who was just talking about the fact that a recent Supreme Court of Canada decision not to hear an appeal means that if you are a professional gambler, expect to pay taxes, but if you happen to be a basement occasional gambler who gets lucky in poker, you're probably still going to be able to keep your winnings without paying Ottawa. Michael, thanks for doing this. Thanks for being on the show.
Hey, no trouble. Always a pleasure to be here, you know?
Yeah, well, tell us, there was another case that caught your eye, and as I understand it, it relates to this expectation of having a trial heard within reasonable time, and something that many of us, would wonder about. We're hearing the courts are so busy, scheduling gets difficult, but that sometimes results in a trial not being heard within a reasonable time that can lead to outcomes where I think the public gets upset when they hear, oh, geez, this person accused of a worrisome, heinous crime gets off without having a trial.
And I think that's a reasonable thing, right? And I should say there's lots of authority around this as well. Delay in criminal cases is really bad for all people involved, not only the community, complainants in cases, accused people in cases. It is really not satisfactory. And as with, I guess, many things in the public world, you wind up often with resourcing kind of at the state of what can we possibly get away with, right? That seems to be the threshold. And this particular decision that just came out is a follow-up on a Supreme Court of Canada case that came out in 2016 called Jordan. And that case and the most recent one both address this constitutional right to have a criminal trial occur within a reasonable period of time. And prior to that Jordan decision in 2016, that concept of what was a reasonable period of time was not crisply defined. And what that meant, really two things. One, as the Supreme Court of Canada pointed out in that Jordan decision, that it led to what they described as a culture of complacency. So nobody really, leaning into, hey, we got to get this thing done. When's the deadline, right? Without a deadline, it can be hard to motivate people to get on with something. But in addition, you wound up with a bunch of time being spent arguing about whether something was too long or not, right? And when we don't have enough judges or courtrooms or court clerks or sheriffs or anything, every day you spend arguing about whether something was too long or not is a day you could have spent doing something meaningful, right? Getting on with the substance of the case. And so decisions about whether something was within a reasonable period of time used to rely on a bunch of evidence about things like, was the person laying awake at night over this thing, or were they really stoic, or did they get fired from their job, or was their employer very understanding, or things of that sort, right? Which you can imagine how hard it can be to wrap your arms around how a particular judge is going to come to those decisions.
A little bit subjective, too, I suppose.
Absolutely. Subjective and individualized, which just takes time. Anytime you have an individualized thing with uncertainty and no actual deadline, it's going to take time to sort out. And so in Jordan, what the Supreme Court of Canada did was to set presumptive ceilings, kind of a hard deadline. And if you go over it, if you don't get it done, presumptively, that's it. The case is going to be stayed and can't proceed. Now, those deadlines for cases in provincial court were 18 months, and in Supreme Court, where you might also have to have a preliminary inquiry, like another hearing before the actual trial, the deadline was 30 months. Now, a few things just to mention off the bat. First of all, the time doesn't start running until the person's actually charged. Like if it takes some time to investigate a file and the person hasn't been charged, that time doesn't count. Also, and the reason for that is the language is a person charged with an offense has a right to a trial within a reasonable period of time. Also, delay that an accused person might cause, they can't then complain about. A person can't drag their feet or do unnecessary things or slow things down and then complain it didn't get on. That does not count either, okay? But where you just don't get it done and it goes over that threshold, presumptively that's it, and the case won't be allowed to proceed. So it gives everyone a hard deadline to get it done. Now, the safety, or not one of the exceptions to that is the Supreme Court of Canada in Jordan spoke about exceptional circumstances that can excuse a case that goes over that limit. And exceptional circumstances could include, you can imagine all kinds of things in human affairs, like COVID strikes and the courthouse gets shut down, or the judge has a heart attack, or, somebody gets sick and can't proceed. The Crown Counsel gets the flu and can't go ahead. Those kinds of delays would also not be counted as exceptional circumstances. But this case that just came out was dealing with the issue of what about exceptionally complicated cases? And this one was a person, it was like a major drug investigation where you had, it was like, I think 15 accused people, and multiple trials and being like multiple hearings for different groups of people with huge amounts of disclosure material. And the whole thing took 18 months and 4 days. It's making it very complicated.
Yeah.
And so the Supreme Court of Canada here found that that kind of a case can be exceptionally complicated, and that can be one of those exceptional circumstances like the courthouse burning down or a pandemic striking or somebody having a heart attack. That can justify a case going over that time limit. And the way it works is that, first of all, the Crown would have to show, where it's going over the time limit, that it was particularly complex, like large number of people, huge amounts of evidence, just inherently very complicated. Second, the Crown has to show they took reasonable steps to try to get it done and on time. And then finally, you would have to have a look at to see whether the amount it went past the deadline was reasonable given all of those things. And so on that basis, the Supreme Court of Canada said, in this circumstance, 18 months and 4 days is fine. You can carry on. But they were also careful to say the deadline's the deadline, and we're not rolling back to the period of time when complacency was the order of the day. And so there is a bright line and there is a deadline. And one of the things that hopefully causes is for when you're deciding about resources, how many judges and sheriffs and so on a Crown are we going to have, you can point to it and say, there's a deadline. We got to get it done. And if you don't have enough of those people, you better appoint some more or hire some more. Otherwise, the cases aren't going to get to trial. So they didn't retreat from having the clear endpoint, but they did provide some further detail about when a really exceptional case can be justified going slightly over that timeline. So that's the latest from the Supreme Court of Canada on trials within a reasonable time and how we're supposed to apply that Jordan deadline to keep everything on track and on time.
Michael Mulligan, thank you for being on the program. Thanks for explaining the significance of both those Supreme Court of Canada cases.
Thanks so much. It's always great to be here.
That was Michael Mulligan, a criminal defense lawyer with Mulligan Defense Lawyers. We'll take a quick commercial break and be back in a moment.
CFAX Victoria,
an iHeart radio station. If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 News to 1 o'clock. Jordan Keeley, the independent member of the BC legislature, says he's innocent of the accusation of sexual assault against him and will prove it in court.
The BC Prosecution Service released a statement saying Keeley had been charged with sexual assault for allegations that date back to before he was elected in October 2024. The service says the alleged offences occurred between January 1st and September 20th of that year in Fort St. John. Keeley's statement says he will continue to advocate for his constituents and the region. The service says a special prosecutor was appointed to oversee the case after an investigation by the RCMP. Terry Theodore, The Canadian Press, Vancouver.
5 people were displaced as a result of yesterday's structure fire in downtown Sauk. 2 of those were safely evacuated from the single-family residence on Felton Lane and traded for smoke inhalation at the scene. The family dog perished in the fire. The home sustained significant damage, but firefighters managed to contain it, so neighboring properties weren't damaged. The cause of the fire is under investigation. An update on the stolen truck torched on the Cedar Hill Golf Course last week. That truck belonged to Tony Nichols. He owns a small mall local landscaping company in Saanich. The equipment necessary for the landscaping was also destroyed as Tony was doing some landscaping at his local church. Tony's big-hearted employees have started a GoFundMe to help cover the cost of the lost pickup truck and gear.
I added up all the equipment. It was about $12,000 worth of equipment in the truck, including my wallet and invoices and stuff. Yeah, it was not good.
The fund has grown since the story aired on CFAX this morning, with more than $10,000 raised. The federal government is going to take more time to consult on its proposals to change how major projects are reviewed. Ottawa last month released 2 discussion papers which proposed, among other things, approving major projects before they're reviewed and exempting certain projects from laws meant to protect species at risk. Critics, including Green Party leader and Saanich and the Gulf Islands MP Elizabeth May, have said those changes would put environmental protections in jeopardy. The public consultation period on the discussion papers was set to wrap up next week, but today Ottawa is extending the deadline for comments to July 22nd. On the markets at this hour, TSX is up 451 points at 35,252. The Dow Jones up 919 at 51,606. The Nasdaq up 22 at 26,876. The Canadian dollar down 5 basis points at 71.9 cents U.S.
Today's CFAX 1070 News Poll. Are you concerned about the federal government's proposed rollbacks of environmental policy? You can vote now at cfax1070.com or the iHeartRadio app.
Weather forecast for Greater Victoria, mainly sunny today, increasing cloudiness late this afternoon. That's already started to happen in Esquimalt. Winds from the west 20, except 50 near the Juan de Fuca Strait and a high near 18. Cloudy tonight, becoming partly cloudy overnight with a low near 10. Becoming cloudy in the morning tomorrow with a 60% chance of showers late in the morning and in the afternoon, a high near 15. Cloudy with a 40% chance of showers on Saturday with a high near 16. Right now in downtown Victoria, it's 15 degrees. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070. It's 105.
For all your DIY exterior product needs, visit ProTech Exterior Products in person at 875 Viewfield Road or at viahomepro.com.
The CFAX 1070 Summer of Rock.
When you hear a clip from our Artist of the Week, AC/DC.
Text ROCK to 71010 with your first name.
To win a trip to Vancouver to catch them live in concert.
Brought to you by the Sax Point Pub in Esquimalt. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the program. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling. He will be back on Monday after being on a brief vacation. You're listening to CFAX 1070. If you've got any comments you want to share with us on anything you've heard today or this week, feel free to text us at 71010 or give us a call at 250-386-1161. That's 250-386-1161. Our next guest is here to talk about brain injuries, concussions, what we can do to help people who are suffering these injuries. The effects of traumatic brain injuries in our communities is getting increasing attention in BC politics, but many of the organizations that have been intervening and supporting people with brain injuries have been asking for investment on this file for years. Now we get to explore some of the policy issues and what this everyday work looks like with the Victoria Brain Injury Society's Executive Director, Charlene Law, who is on the line now. Charlene, thanks for being here.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing this. Maybe you can just tell our listeners a little bit about what the Victoria Brain Injury Society does.
We work with anyone who has a traumatic brain injury, from concussions to car accidents to schools to sports injuries, post overdose. Anybody's welcome who's experiencing that. No doctor's referral is necessary, and there's no cost for our services.
Interesting. Well, we're hearing from the province that your Coping Strategies Justice Program just got $40,000 in grant funding aimed at supporting community safety. Can you kind of explain what the Coping Strategies Justice Program is and how it links or is connected with community safety?
Absolutely. So we offer in our regular programming Coping Strategies, which is a weekly program for 16 weeks where people can learn how to adjust to their new life with post-brain injury. We're doing a condensed version in William Head and Wilkinson Road Jail, 6 weeks at a time with 2 case managers going and presenting to inmates at both of those facilities, and knowing that people that are incarcerated are 2.5% higher, more likely to have a brain injury than others. So we want to make sure that we're supporting those folks. They know about us when they get out and that they have access to the resources they need.
So what will this funding do for the program? Is it significant? Is it a drop in the bucket? How would you assess it's how meaningful it is?
It's super meaningful. It's going to fund the entire program for both of them, and we're going to try and see if we can get up to Brandon Lake and Nanaimo as well and support them as well.
In your services, you're the Victoria Brain Injury Society. How far does your geographic reach extend? Do you cover the whole island? Is it just Victoria in name, or is it primarily Greater Victoria?
It's South Island, so we have a location in the West Shore as well as Victoria. And there is a Lake Cowichan one, and then there's Nanaimo, and there's Campbell River. They're all up the island. There's different societies. The brain injury is very, very prevalent.
How many of your clients or people who avail themselves of your service are people who've suffered a brain injury due to toxic drugs?
It's actually quite low. It is the lowest amount of people that come through our doors. ICBC sports injuries are the highest for sure.
What when we think of ICBC is obviously car accidents, whether it's a rear end or any kind of car accident, I guess. With respect to sports, and I recognize it's not my understanding that you're a doctor, but what are the sports where you see the most concussions?
Great question. I would say probably rugby or hockey. Hockey's big. I think all sports really have a risk to it. Even biking without a helmet or skateboarding, they all do. And we do a lot of work with youth to help provide them with information on how to prevent brain injuries through sports and helmets and all that stuff.
A private member's bill this past legislative session proposed adding brain injuries to the Mental Health Act, although it did not make its way to second reading. What's your assessment on that policy proposal and what it would change?
Well, so I come from a mental health and substance use background. So initially, if this bill was passed and it brought more resources to people with brain injury, I would be supportive of it. I think what happens is that people who have brain injuries and are also using substances or have mental health issues, the brain injury doesn't even get touched on when they're getting support. People just don't know how to support them around that. But coming from a mental health and substance use background, I do worry about the involuntary incarceration and holding of people with brain injury, because they are not. It's not a mental health crisis or anything that they're in. This is just how some people are coping with their brain injury, and it can be really misleading to people who might be trying to correct the situation, like the police or whatnot, might not understand what's happening. So I worry about that part.
So you have concerns about involuntary care being imposed on somebody who's acting a certain way due to a head injury rather than psychosis induced by drugs or some other kind of mental health issue?
Absolutely, exactly true.
It's interesting because
if it opens more resources, we need more resources for people with brain injury. But yeah, there's flip side to that.
It's interesting because Dr. Daniel Vigo, who the province had hired to kind of look into this issue of involuntary care and whether the province was handling it properly and all the issues that relate to mental health, drug addiction, drug use. When he came back, my understanding from a press conference I was at, he said his findings basically said that the impact of head injuries and brain damage that can be caused by drugs like fentanyl and others is being not properly weighted when it comes to considerations for involuntary care. So this idea that oftentimes you have a brain injury that is co-occurring with mental health and substance use, or at least one of those other variables that, in his view, as I understand it, he felt should be factored in and given consideration when imposing involuntary care. But it sounds like you don't agree with that.
Well, it's not. So we definitely have to consider all of it. It's such a complex issue. My issue is that if somebody's in psychosis on the street and they're wanting to, the police are deciding to apprehend them and hold them under the Mental Health Act, that this might be somebody struggling with a brain injury and that we need to do a bit more digging down to find out if that's what's happening, because they can often have the same symptoms. So it's very complicated. And like I said, we don't see a ton of people post-overdose. It's not our target demographic. So a lot of the people that we're talking to are car accidents and sports injuries, and they're experiencing, they're walking off or whatnot, and we don't want to see them being treated not that anybody should be treated that way, but they're not in psychosis and they don't need to be apprehended. They need more understanding of what's happening for them. So I'm not directly opposed. I respect Dr. Vigo very much. So it's such a complicated issue.
I understand what you're saying, though. At least I think I do. You're saying, listen, if somebody has a head injury, we need to be sensitive to the fact that, and you oppose the idea of you want to express caution about involuntary care being imposed on somebody who's acting a certain way due to a head injury.
Yeah, I'm just making the assumption that they're, either high or in psychosis or having a mental health breakdown. We just want to make sure that people are taking more time to delve into it a bit more before they just make those assumptions.
And it's so complicated because these issues, I think we're increasingly learning through science, that do occur concurrently. This idea that substance use and mental health issues can occur at the same time as head injuries, and it gets very difficult to, divine between which is causing what.
Absolutely. And people that could use substances or have their mental health impacted because of the brain injury. So it's this chicken and egg situation.
Yeah. And finally, Charlene, we're just about out of time, but what are your hopes for the future when it comes to treatment for people with brain injuries and some of the support and attention and awareness that may be generated?
I think we'd like people to know that there are resources available. There's a few resources here in Victoria as well as us, and there's help available, and it's free, and there's no barriers. And just if you have concerns or you have you're a loved one and you're concerned, to please reach out. There's help. There is help for people, and there's a lot of great resources out there.
Charlene, thanks for being on the program. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
That was Charlene Law, the Executive Director of the Victoria Brain Injury Society, talking about some of the services that her organization provides for people suffering from brain injuries. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll talk to Stuart Bax, Dr. Stuart Bax, the Medical Director with Boundless Medical.
The Royal BC Museum presents Ancient Egypt, Obsessed with Life, an immersive exhibition exploring ancient Egyptian rituals, beliefs, and artistry. And CFAX wants to send you. Listen to Mornings with Ryan and Lisa on CFAX 1070 for your chance to play Ancient Egypt trivia. You could win 4 tickets to the exhibition, 4 tickets to IMAX, plus a dining card. Ancient Egypt, Obsessed with Life, open soon at the Royal BC Museum. More info at cfax1070.com.
This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070 and the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070. And if you're someone who likes to watch baseball, if you're someone who likes to listen to CFAX, presumably you are if you're listening to this now, you might want to go out on Friday and see Ryan and Lisa throw out the opening pitch Friday evening in the game. That's Ryan and Lisa. They've been working busily under the tutelage of sports guy Steve Young, who's been out training with them, out practicing to make sure they get the ball over the plate. Switching gears, speaking of getting the ball over the plate, hitting the right target, BC's healthcare system in many ways has failed to do so. And we're hearing about another example of the system being stretched too thin and adequate healthcare not being provided. With so much strain on the province's healthcare system, one of the things that companies and organizations have done is try to launch alternative methods for getting care. CanScreen launched in 2023 to help people without a primary care provide access to cancer screening tests and results. But now the Victoria-based doctors who founded the virtual clinic say they're winding down the service. They say, quote, it became clear that demonstrating the value of the model was not enough on its own for CanScreen to continue and grow safely. It would have required clearer sponsorship, dedicated funding, shared responsibility, and coordinated system support. Dr. Stuart Bax is Boundless Medical's medical director and co-founder of CanScreen, and he's on the line to discuss. Dr. Bax, thanks for being here.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Can you, for those of us who had not heard about this before, how did CanScreen work? What was the deal with it?
Yeah, so essentially for patients who do not have a family doctor, which is a large portion across the province, and certainly in Victoria still a problem at present, you can't get access to simple screening services. So the eligible BC Cancer-led screening services, all but the cervical cancer program, require a primary care provider, either a doctor or a nurse practitioner, to actually order that test and then subsequently follow up on the results and ensure follow-up takes place. And that's really where we started off, recognizing working in walk-in clinics where we're seeing unattached patients present, and often you're seeing problems arise down the road. Simple preventative medicine was being missed. And if we can catch things early, that's far better than treating things later down the line. And that was really the basis of it, was to fill that simple gap and provide a pathway and an avenue by which people who didn't have a family doctor could get access to the test. But not only that, but we could then also offer that continuity of care afterwards and ensure those who needed follow-up had that follow-up in place, and basically safely be transitioned and looked after.
So is this a service that people who didn't have a family doctor, they would have to pay for it, I assume?
No, it's all covered by MSP. So these are all provincially covered programs. So no fee whatsoever for this service. It's all, as long as you've got MSP coverage, which is the majority of residents will have, it's all completely covered. And anyone, as long as you're in the acceptable, the appropriate age range for these tests, there are guidelines as to who are eligible for these tests. It's all covered by MSP.
That's interesting. And this organization was founded 3 years ago by local Victoria doctors?
Yeah, by myself and Dr. Shapiro, who, local experience and what we'd seen in the clinics, and the aim was not only cancer, but, we thought if we could prove a model like this works, then actually it can be replicated for other preventative healthcare services, such as, looking after metabolic screening. And really it came out of a need to, the focus on attachment is really important, obviously, but the reality is that's not going to happen for a long time. That takes a huge amount of system resources, loads of new providers coming into the system. So we're like, well, why is attachment so important? Really, it's about allowing for continuity of care, and that's what drives good care. And can we offer continuity even to unattached patients? So if you have a specific scope of care, say, for example, for cancer, then you could still provide that continuity even when these patients are still waiting for a full-time family doctor or nurse practitioner to look after them long-term as well.
So are you and your colleague who founded this, are you both family doctors, or what type of physicians are you?
We're both family doctors, and that's both family doctors who both worked who had our own practices, and also worked in the local walk-in clinics and UPCCs as well, and also a few of the other community-led services as well. And it was really at that time in walk-in services that really drove this, as when people go to a walk-in clinic, it's usually for an acute situation. They've got an emergency, they've got a problem, they've got fixed, and trying to then tag on preventative medicine. For example, colon cancer screening should start at age 50, but if you've never had a doctor, you don't start it. And if you've seen a walk-in doctor because you've got an acute injury, perhaps you never get offered this test in the first place. So we realized there was a need and things were being missed by not having that access.
So how did this work? I'm lucky enough to be one of the the few people who do have, or one of those who does have a family doctor. But if somebody does not have a family doctor and they're thinking, geez, I'm 51, I want to be, I want to take some preemptive steps here. How would your service help them? How did they get connected? How would they have been connected with you?
Yeah. So essentially, we wanted to remove as many barriers as possible. So it was open to anybody. We were focusing on those who are unattached, but we likewise supported those who had long wait times to get into their regular providers. They could simply go online. We made a booking system, online process. They could then register. They would then get a call back from myself or my colleagues, who would then go through, if they didn't know what they required or what they were eligible for, we would go through the eligible screening tests. If they were eligible, we'd place those referrals. And then if those subsequent referrals or those subsequent tests came back positive or further evaluation was required, we'd obviously then support that process, support them to going on to specialists or having those extra tests that were required. And on top of that, we could take the opportunity to also connect them with other services or, talk through other healthcare needs they might have at that time, although the focus and the scope was always on the primary cancer piece. And it was, there was a certain element of goodwill as well. We had great support from some of the local imaging centres, for example, such as West Coast Medical Imaging and Medray, and up on the island. And they would support, for those patients who perhaps had trouble accessing the system, we even had some of those technicians and some of those support staff would actually do it there and then in the imaging centre and get them booked in, as they were frequently encountering patients who thought they were eligible coming in, but then we'd hear reports of people coming in tears because they come to their test and they can't get it done because they've lost their family doctor since the time that they had that test booked, and technically speaking the test couldn't then be completed. So yeah, we tried to remove those barriers, increase access, and we relied a fair bit on some goodwill from great support staff as well.
That sounds like a very valuable service. How many patients did you help in the 3 years that you had been doing it?
Several thousand by the end. We're currently going through the numbers and getting a journal article be completed to kind of go through lessons learned and make sure these lessons aren't lost, and hopefully share those with appropriate stakeholders as well. But we had several thousand come through the system by the end, and some of those were repeat reviews, and then some of them were things we weren't even expecting. So one of the things we didn't even anticipate when we started the service was, for example, those who've had past cancer diagnoses who have also lost their primary care provider. They need subsequent follow-up and certain specialist investigations, and they weren't being completed again because they didn't have access to those tests because there was no one there to order them for them. So quite a few different things by the end of the service we were seeing come through.
Well, here's the part that's the upsetting part. This service is winding down? It has wound down? Tell us about that part of things.
Yeah, we're winding down at the moment. We stopped taking new patients at the end of March, and we are continuing until the end of July at present, basically wrapping up with those patients who've already got tests in the system. Want to make sure there's a safe transition for anyone who needs ongoing support after that time as well. But with a planned kind of closure date come end of July.
So end of July, this service will no longer be available to people in the South Island?
Correct, yeah, not in this format. So other ways, and sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that's a shame. And is there anything that could turn that around? Is there provincial funding you need? What is it that would resuscitate this service that sounds like it's already helped thousands of people?
I think that's a really complex issue, and that's what we're trying to unpiece at the moment. Ultimately, one of the ways we were able to start this service, and one of the reasons we got it started off the ground so quickly, was because being family doctors, we have access to a couple of different types of funding. So the traditional way family doctors get paid in the province is a thing called fee-for-service. Effectively, it means we can get paid for the consultations that we perform every time that we see a patient, rather than asking for funding in advance of making this service and going through years of kind of potentially waiting, and we wanted to get this up and running, build the plane as we go, so to speak. Hence, we started it on that fee-for-service program, and that's allowed us to get us running with the idea that we could prove the pilot, prove the proof of concept, then take those results on and share that experience, and hopefully then the funding would come later. Because where the limitation of that funding is where it provides the individual consults and time. It doesn't cover things like admin time. It doesn't cover things like support staff, MOAs. And the reality is this has a great potential to be a true kind of multidisciplinary team where you've got a nurse-led service as well, MD oversight, huge potential, but that requires a very separate funding model. And to get that in place, and the service we're advocating for would require system integration, both supported at a kind of provincial level, a local healthcare level, and also with the various agencies involved as well. And that's what we couldn't, it didn't materialize in a way that could carry on the service safely.
Well, Stuart, I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us about the service, and I hope there's some way that it does get resurrected. Also, we certainly have support. Like I said, we're going to be, anyone who's taken part in the service, there's a feedback form which we'd love people to complete. All these information we're compiling and passing on to various stakeholders. And I think the proof is in the pudding. The pilot really has been successful. What it needs now is that kind of greater system level involvement and integration and support. And I think the big message I really have is that, I think when you've got clinicians on the ground seeing these problems, seeing these gaps, and they're coming up with incident models, we need better ways of supporting that leadership and getting those voices in the room so that there isn't that gap between what's happening behind closed doors and then subsequently what people are actually seeing who are working in the system every day. Well, thank you very much. That was Dr. Stuart Bax, the medical director with Boundless Medical and co-founder of CanScream. We'll take a quick break for the news and be back to talk Whitecaps.
If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 news update. Mayors of Canada's big cities say fixing homelessness should also be considered a nation-building project by the federal government. Soria Ferreira, the mayor of Montreal and a former federal cabinet minister, says statistics differ from city to city, but says it's an issue for all downtowns. Mayor Josh Morgan of London, Ontario, says municipal leaders have solutions but need the resources to make those happen. He says homelessness should be a key nation-building endeavor for Ottawa on par with major energy and infrastructure projects. The Federation is urging Ottawa to spend $3.5 billion each year to reduce homelessness and also make the issue part of the national housing strategy. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070.
Never miss a minute of your favorite CFAX shows.
Ryan and Lisa, Bashi Capellos, Adam Sterling, and Josh and Jade.
All on the free iHeartRadio app. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling, who's on vacation, but we'll be back on Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070, and we're about to talk soccer. The future of the Whitecaps is a big question for Vancouver business leaders and sports fans across the province, with even singer Michael Bublé saying he has been approached about keeping the team in Vancouver. Tom Mayanek joins us now. He's the host of the Sports Market. Tom, thanks for being here.
Hey, always a pleasure, Rob.
Yeah, I've been a long-time Whitecaps fan. I live in Victoria, but I grew up in Vancouver, and I remember going to games back in Empire Stadium when Crazy George would be beating the drum, and the initial NASL, Soccer Bowl champs were there. So I've been saddened to see this notion of the Whitecaps leaving. And I know you've been following it especially closely. What's the latest? What's the lay of the land in terms of whether the Whitecaps are leaving or going to Vegas?
Well, I think still very much uncertain is the best way to describe it. There's a lot of moving parts on this, and it's all in the context of the World Cup that's about to happen, which makes the whole thing so ironic. One of the reasons why Vancouver and British Columbia were part of the bidding process was to benefit from the global sport tourism and continental sport tourism benefits that come from hosting a mega event like the FIFA World Cup. And with that as the backdrop, there's the fear of relocation of the Vancouver Whitecaps. So a lot of people wouldn't have had that combination in their bingo card simply because the World Cup has created, or at least theoretically should be creating, the biggest corporate opportunity for soccer nationally and provincially here in British Columbia. In terms of what we know publicly, a Las Vegas-based group, Grant Gustafson and his consortium, have made an application to Major League Soccer to acquire the Vancouver Whitecaps with the view to move them to Las Vegas. That's an interesting sport business story in and of itself because, 10 years ago, there were no pro sports teams in Vegas. Now you've essentially got either a team or a team coming in each of those markets. So there's concern that the Vegas group will have some sex appeal to it, given the market. But the real key is what kind of ownership structure, new bridge or current, can be established to keep the investment here in Vancouver, keep the Whitecaps here. And the government is one of several community stakeholders who've been working with the private sector, working with Greg Kerfoot and his ownership group to try to come up with a plan that, checks all the boxes. They've been unsuccessful so far, but as long as there are continued efforts, there's an opportunity. So again, uncertain in terms of the status. The only thing I will say is that if the Whitecaps do leave Vancouver and British Columbia, it'll be as big a loss for Major League Soccer and professional soccer in North America than it will be for Vancouver and Vancouver soccer fans, because Vancouver is one of the best soccer markets in North America. You're starting to see signs of that again with the great crowds that have come back, this season with Thomas Muller, a legitimate global star, part of the roster. But it's also a Pacific Gateway city. It's an Olympic city, and it's now about to become a World Cup city. All those credentials matter, especially the Pacific Gateway scenario. So if I'm Major League Soccer, I'm doing everything I can to support finding a local ownership option that keeps the team in Vancouver.
Well, that's funny, Tom, because I'm thinking about, I normally work out of the legislature, and so Ravi Kahlon's kind of the point person for the government there, as is David Eby, on this issue of, BC Place, which is owned by the province, as you know, and whether that's a good arrangement. But I know that after David Eby met with, and I forget the head of MLS, but they had a meeting, and David Eby had...
Don Garber, the commissioner.
There you go. And Eby had tweeted out about how they'd had a something to the effect that they'd had a meeting and it was positive and he was optimistic about things. And then the commissioner tweeted out later that night, "Liar, liar, pants on fire." And there was, as you'll know, there was this kerfuffle, and I think his team said, somebody had hacked his account, but others noted it was pretty unusual for a hack to occur once. And there was a suggestion that it might have been him. But in any event, that sort of poured cold water on this idea that the Major Soccer League actually wanted, despite all the very compelling reasons you've mentioned, to keep the team there, that this draw of having them in Vegas, it does have a certain allure, doesn't it? I mean, you think about gambling, you think about it, any season you're there, you could go to a Stanley Cup game now, you could go to a football game later, there'd be soccer. I sure hope they don't move, but it seemed like there was kind of mixed messaging, and maybe it was just purely a coincidence that somebody hacked his text that one time, but it seemed like it might be an uphill battle to convince Major League Soccer to keep the team here.
Well, yeah, and if it is an uphill battle, that's the last thing you need when you're trying to deal with a relocation threat, when you're trying to find ways and means to keep a franchise, quite frankly, where it belongs. But I will say again that I'm not expecting Don Garber to be Gary Bettman-like in terms of the way he was with the Arizona Coyotes. Literally more than 10 years, 15 years and more, he was patient with that market, even though it was underperforming, largely because it was on the wrong side of Phoenix, a 45-minute drive away from where most of the snowbirds are resident. And Gary Bettman wound up being patient to the point where there wound up being a relocation, but not before a commitment to bring Phoenix back at some part in the future. Of course, the Arizona Coyotes are now the Utah Mammoth. Bettman showed incredible resolve because he knew that the last resort is relocation. Relocation is the dark side underbelly of the business of sport. It's absolutely awful, especially for the fans who lose their team. I believe that even if we're talking, give it an extra 6 months to a year just to make sure that there isn't any opportunity, I think it makes sense. And it also would make sense for the business of Major League Soccer. They've got national and global television deals where a market like Vancouver is quite attractive. And even you look at the other two Canadian teams in Major League Soccer, CF Montreal and Toronto FC, both of whom are right now in a slight down cycle. If Vancouver relocates to Vegas, it directly impacts rivalry marketing, Canadian television, and social media digital opportunities. And again, I know that where you've got a name associated with a group that's interested to move it to Vegas, that's always more powerful than a no-name option that's sort of trying to get its act together behind the scenes. But if I'm Major League Soccer, I'm trying to be as patient as possible to come up with a solution because of all the merits of being in Vancouver. And I can tell you, outside of Toronto and Montreal, you'd also have Seattle, Portland, San Jose, the LA franchises really appreciating keeping a franchise on the Pacific Beltway, so to speak.
And I know you're tight on time, Tom, so I just have one more question. I think you've got a minute and a half left or so. But, we've heard about this group that's come forward. Ravi Kahlon, the minister who's fronted this, has talked about it, but wouldn't identify the people. Do you have any insight as to, we've heard that there's some First Nations groups that were part of that bid maybe, and we've also heard that there was some individuals, so we don't know if these are high-powered business people, if it's Ryan Reynolds, Michael Bublé. Do you have any insight, and how hopeful are you that it will come together and they'll stick around in Vancouver?
Well, I am hopeful, certainly, that a consortium-type ownership would come together to either partner with Greg Kerfoot's ownership group or wind up acquiring the full control. This is not something at a valuation of about $475 million US that a lot of people will be able to come to the table with. But I do think it will be a consortium, and it'll be as widely held as possible. And you mentioned Buble, of course, very popular in his connection with the Vancouver Giants of the Western Hockey League. But Ryan Reynolds, it would be such a perfect fit if you could add it on to his existing soccer investments. He would be an incredible front person as a Canadian. The way he represents Wrexham, his Welsh club, would translate so well to Major League Soccer. And if he winds up being part of the group, I think it automatically gives a lot of people comfort that other investors will come along for the ride.
He could run for premier successfully without a doubt if he kept the Whitecaps in town. Well, I guess we're out of time, but Tom, I appreciate your insights on that.
Rob, all the best. Have a terrific Victoria Thursday afternoon.
You have a great afternoon as well. That was Tom Mayenknecht, host of the Sport Market, talking about the ins and outs of trying to keep the Vancouver Whitecaps in Vancouver. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back soon.
An iHeartRadio experience. Jelly Roll, live in Quebec City at Festival d'été de Québec. Presented by Bell in collaboration with Coors Light. You could win VIP tickets for two for July 19th with flights, hotel, and $1,000 cash. I'm wide awake and I'm dreaming. Download iHeartRadio. Listen to CFAX 1070 for 10 minutes and enter to win. Jelly Roll at FEQ. Every day you listen is another chance to win. Don't attempt your day without us. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070. And if you want to call in with any questions, queries, concerns, or comments, 250-386-1161 is the number. That's 250-386-1161. Or you could text us at 71010. Tell us your thoughts on anything, including whether the Whitecaps should stay in Vancouver or Viva Las Vegas. And I'm joined now by sports guy Steve. Steve, I think I know your thoughts. You're such a loyal sports fan. You've got season's tickets to the Royals, you said. You went to opening night of the Harbour Cats. What are your thoughts on the Whitecaps staying in Vancouver? Is it going to happen, or is it just a pipe dream to keep them there?
I don't think it's a pipe dream. I would say it's going to be difficult because I think it shows the need for a new stadium above all, something they can draw more revenue, or in the absence of that, something a lot more similar to what's happening with FIFA and how FIFA is extracting all the revenue out of BC Place for the World Cup. You know, we're talking parking, we're talking the food, we're talking all that stuff. Most of that stuff stays with Pavco.
Okay, so that's been a sticking point, hasn't it? That the Whitecaps are not getting enough from the provincial government-owned BC Place.
Right, because there's nowhere else for them to go either, right? So you've got that stadium and that's it.
Yeah, there was some talk of building a stadium back where Empire Stadium used to be at the PNE, I thought, but that didn't materialize, did it?
It seems they were going to do feasibility studies and that kind of thing, but it seems like the timetable has sped up, right? That when somebody dangles that much money in front of you for a sports franchise, and you've only, when you bought it, it was like
$35 million or whatever.
Yeah,
now it's 500.
Like, that's really hard as a person to say no to.
Yeah, no, you think about the fact that the NASL imploded. Hopefully the MLS is going to be strong for years and years to come. But I guess as a business person, on the one hand, Steve Nash, who's been such a good representative for Canada, you go like, oh, man, he's one of the owners. Maybe he doesn't have a big share. I don't know. But you kind of think, wouldn't it be nice if he saw the value in keeping the team there too? But on the other hand, it is very difficult if you put yourself in the position of being able to sell the team for $500 million. Tough to think about not doing that.
That was like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Wayne Gretzky. Your head's telling you that I should never get rid of this guy. And then Peter Pocklington and the Kings even admitted this. They started to approach him as a financial thing, that asset is going to wane in value. You need to cash in now before it's gone.
Yeah, no, it would be, having said that from the Hart point of view, kind of reminiscent of our conversation about spending more than we would have liked to for FIFA tickets, but having it be something that feels like it's, from a sentimental point of view, worthwhile. It sure would be a shame to see the Whitecaps leave Vancouver after so much history there.
And they're on the upswing, right? On the field, like the product. And you can't tell me that people don't want to go to games, because I went to that home playoff game. I think it was the semifinal game. There's 60,000 people there. That place was jam-packed full.
That's very cool. I guess the stadium is a big problem. It would be great to see something in Gastown by the water. I know that came up as a potential spot. Again, it's probably not going to happen soon enough, though, is it? Because the owners aren't just going to sit there knowing that their product's worth $500 million, and they've got a buyer who's expressed the desire to build a new stadium in Vegas and pay that money.
And how many sports owners stick around for years and years and years in the business? I think they get very excited about it up front. And then as years go on, their interest starts to wane a little bit. Just the fatigue of running a team day to day.
What do you make of this text? Somebody says the problem is BC Place Stadium. The community can't support that size of stadium throughout the season. Should have built an open-air 25,000-seat stadium. I'll say I went to a game a few weeks ago, and it was great. Muller, I'd never seen him play live. He was banging. He was such a dynamic player. And there was a good crowd. It was 22,000 or something. But that's the lower bowl. It felt. I think I'm not being fully genuine if I say the atmosphere was electric, because it's still a bit cavernous in a 60,000-seat stadium when you've got 20,000 people there. You're aware that the place is clearly not full.
Yeah, you are. And to the listener's point, some of the most successful franchises in Major League Soccer have stadiums around 30,000. But in most cases, they're really nice, open air, green grass kind of stadiums. Like, look what Portland, you see the shots of the Providence Place in Portland, and it is not a traditional big city stadium by any stretch, but they love that place.
What about Ryan Reynolds owning Wrexham and the Whitecaps? He would never buy a drink again.
I think a lot of people are hoping he comes forward and does that. I think, and actually, if you think about it from a potential content perspective, having him own his hometown team and have another Netflix or whatever series based on that would be very compelling, because you've added an extra component to it, right? That he loves the town, right?
The story of it. Here we go. We're pitching a story here. Grew up, went to Kitsilano High School, likes Minervas on Kerrisdale, go to some of his old haunts.
Right.
And there he is, the team that nearly left all the great success of the 79 Whitecaps. And Ryan Reynolds, if you're listening, sports guys Steve and Rob Buffum here want to talk about this movie idea.
And let's get David Foster involved, right? Foster Foundation, doing some big things here in Victoria. Yeah. And we can get Dave involved, too.
And he's got the Bublé connection.
Nice. Now you're thinking out loud.
I think we're doing some good work here. What do you think of the work that New York Knicks did last night?
Jalen Brunson was a free agent, and nobody wanted to pay him except the Knicks. And now you look back about 5 years later, everybody should have paid him, including the Knicks.
The only thing I know about him and last night is I'll confess, I watched a tweet of a move he did that was fantastic. And he had somebody in his face and he shot this jump shot, with somebody right in him. He obviously had a monster game last night.
He did, again. And Wemby played well, too. He didn't play Wemby versus OKC well, but he played okay, too.
And then shifting gears to the ice, Game 2, Stanley Cup Finals tonight in Carolina. Hurricanes trying to, Rod Brind'Amour, you pointed out last time that he's an island guy, trying to win the Cup as the coach for the first time. How do you like their chances?
I think they even the series tonight. I think we go back to Vegas tied at 1.
And if they don't, how bleak is that?
Well, Vegas hasn't been awesome on home ice all season. Like, they put it together in the playoffs for sure, but they haven't been off the charts at home on home ice this year.
So you're not going so far as to call this a must-win for the Hurricanes?
No, because I think, and we see this in other levels. Sometimes you go in there, you win 2 on the road, and you think you got it in your back pocket, and that's not the way it works out.
The thing that I want to know about is how things are going with the training for Ryan and Lisa. Friday night's going to be a big night, and you're tasked with keeping them on point.
Well, I got 2 things for you. Ryan and Lisa, there is now a video circulating of me being instructionary on social media channels, trying to get them ready. I think they're good. The other thing is the Canucks had a news conference today and introduced Manny Malhotra. And I thought you'd want to hear some of the stuff he said about how important the Canucks are in the community and things.
Let's hear it. Yeah.
I know what this team represents in the community throughout BC, and I know what it means to Canuck fans all over the world. And it's not a decision that you make lightly. And again, grateful for this opportunity. Henrik and Daniel Sedin, and obviously the architect, Ryan Johnson, for believing in me and believing in my ability to help lead and guide this team to a place that we believe we can get it to. And by implementing and executing on those daily things that we feel are so instrumental to building a sustainable and successful culture, I'm humbled and honored by your guys' decision to make me the coach in Vancouver.
There you have it. That's how humble is that?
I was going to say that there's a lot of humility there. He sounded humble, and he sounded, and I don't. That does sound consistent with his character from what I've heard from other people. Right? He sounds like a team guy, a leader, and he said all the right things there.
It really did. The community stuff is big because in a Canadian market, the community stuff matters. It just does.
Yep. And he sounded, you kind of got the sense not only was he being humble, but he recognized the value of being accountable for the results.
Absolutely. I found that refreshing compared to kind of the smugness we've had the last couple of times.
Yeah, no, that bodes well. That does bode well. Well, thanks for playing that. That's some timely news from Steve, the sports guy. We covered it all. We'll take a quick break for the news, and you'll hear those silky tones of his voice in a moment or two.
CFAX Victoria,
An iHeartRadio station. If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 News to 2 o'clock. Mounties are investigating after shots were fired in a Nanaimo park last night. Police say shots were fired from a white Audi towards a person in Knowles Park, located near the intersection of Old Victoria Road and Rainier Street. There were several occupants in the vehicle that fled immediately afterwards. There were no injuries reported. Investigators believe the shooting was targeted and there's no ongoing risk to the public. BC Independent MLA Jordan Keeley has been charged with sexual assault, but the legislator says he's innocent of the accusation. Provincial prosecutors say the charge stems from allegations dating back to between January 1st and September 20th of 2024, before Keeley's election to the legislature in October of that year. Keeley says in a statement he will prove his innocence in court and that it will be business as usual as he continues to work for his constituents. The Provincial Prosecution Service says Vancouver lawyer Gail Barnes has been appointed as a special prosecutor in the case, and Keeley's set to make his first court appearance in Fort St. John on July the 6th. The election of Kerry-Lynne Finlay as the new leader of the BC Conservatives leaves a widening gap in the centre of BC politics. Centre BC seems to be taking advantage of that opportunity. Interim leader Corinne Kirkpatrick says they've been adding 10 to 15 new members each day since that leadership contest.
We knew if Kerry-Lynne won, we were going to have a different experience than if somebody like Pete Millibar won. So right after the announcement, new membership started coming in, donations started coming in. We're a small party run by volunteers up to this point, and so we haven't had the profile that we would have liked to have.
She adds there's also growing interest in the new party's first annual general meeting. Ottawa's new federal artificial intelligence strategy looks to close the so-called adoption gap and build public trust in the technology. Prime Minister Mark Carney says Canada ranks near the bottom of countries in AI training, literacy, and trust. Green Party leader and Sandwich and the Gulf Islands MP Elizabeth May was critical of the initiative during question period this afternoon.
I wonder how the slogan, artificial intelligence for all, lands in Tumbler Ridge, where 7 families are now in court seeking redress for the loss of their children who were not adequately protected. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, that despite the benefits of AI, why does this strategy land with more promotion than protection? Will the Prime Minister and when will this government consider the advice of Pope Leo XIV's advice? AI needs to be disarmed.
Here's what's happened in the business world today.
The Parliamentary Budget Office says Ottawa has less than a 1% chance of meeting its goal of reducing the deficit as a share of the economy every year. In her first fiscal update since becoming Parliamentary Budget Officer, Annette Ryan projects annual deficits will average $4.6 billion higher than the figure outlines in the spring economic update. Jobs and Families Minister Patty Hajdu has announced a new industry-led alliance aimed at strengthening Canada's mining workforce and addressing labor shortages in the sector. And personal finance experts say opening a bank account for children can help them build money management skills and learn financial responsibility at an early age. Some experts say between the ages of 5 and 9. On the markets, the S&P TSX Composite Index was up 371 points. The S&P 500 Index was up 18 points. The Nasdaq Composite was down 60 points. Oil was down $3.04 US per barrel. Gold was up $34.80 US an ounce, and the Canadian dollar traded for 71.92 cents US compared with 72.03 cents on Wednesday. From the Canadian Press Business Desk, I'm David Augustine.
Today's CFAX 1070 News Poll. Are you concerned about the federal government's proposed rollbacks of environmental policy? You can vote now at cfax1070.com or the iHeartRadio app.
Your weather forecast for Greater Victoria. Mainly sunny today, increasing clouds late this afternoon. A little windy near the Juan de Fuca Strait, gusts up to 50 with a high near 18. Cloudy tonight, becoming partly cloudy overnight with a low near 10. Becoming cloudy in the morning tomorrow with a 60% chance of showers late in the morning and the afternoon and a high near 15. Cloudy with a 40% chance of showers Saturday with a high near 16. Sunny on Sunday with a high near 18. Right now in downtown Victoria, it's 15 degrees. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070. It's 2:06.
Thinking about home renos, but the cost is too high? Think again. Explore affordable DIY options from ProTech Exterior Products at beahomepro.com.
The CFAX 1070 Summer of Rock.
When you hear a clip from our Artist of the Week, AC/DC,
text ROCK to 71010 with your first name.
To win a trip to Vancouver to catch them live in concert.
Brought to you by the Sax Point Pub in Esquimalt. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070. Well, in the aftermath of by-elections and notable floor crossings to the federal Liberal government from both the NDP and the Conservatives, Prime Minister Mark Carney has his majority government. In recent months, this has led to increased scrutiny on the practice of floor crossing, and the NDP's parliamentary leader has introduced a private member's bill aiming to address some of the voters' complaints. Proposed measures include requiring an MP to first sit as an independent and then contesting and winning a seat under their new party banner. Don Davies is on the line now to break it down. Don, thanks for being here.
Great to be with you, Rob.
Yeah, can you tell us kind of what are the nuts and bolts of your bill?
Well, the context, I think, first is important, which is, obviously we live in a democracy, and elections are the vehicle that we use for voters in the constituency to choose a representative. So when an MP crosses the floor to sit in a different party than the one that he or she was elected in, that obviously alters the decision of the voters. And so what my bill would do is it would allow someone to sit as an independent if they want to. That's untouched, and we think that's important because, perhaps, there's an issue of conscience or the party has, gone a little bananas on you. So that's a bit of a protection against that. But if you want to sit in the caucus of a different party than you were elected with, then my bill would say your seat is vacated immediately and a by-election must be called, and you got to go get a renewed mandate from your voters.
That's interesting. As you say that, I think, and you'll probably agree, there would be an interesting result from your constituents voting on that. I mean, a lot of people are ticked off when the person they voted in switches allegiance.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I come from Vancouver Kingsway, Rob, where in 2006, I and the rest of the people in my riding experienced that when David Emerson was elected as a Liberal on January 23rd. And on February 6th, 2 weeks later, he crossed the floor to sit with the Harper Conservatives. And so I experienced the sense of betrayal and outrage. And now, look, my bill doesn't say you can't floor cross. What it says is you've got to go make the case to your voters. And if you think you've got a good case to make, if you think that's what the voters want, then you should have no problem making that case to your voters. And I think it's ultimately the voters' choice as to who represents them in Parliament, not the unilateral, move of an MP.
The NDP are down to 5 MLAs, and they lost one to floor crossing to the Liberals. The Conservatives have lost 4 people. On the other hand, isn't this maybe an indictment of, say, Pierre Poilievre's leadership? His members are not happy with the direction he's taking the party, and maybe your MLA who you lost was feeling like, listen, I can make a bigger difference as member of a majority government.
Well, that's, I think, the beauty of my bill, Rob, is that it seeks to rise above partisanship. I mean, this is not illegal, but I think it's undeniably undemocratic. And I think it gives all MPs a chance to think about this issue. And, whether or not it's good for your party because they're coming to you or you're mad because you're losing your people is not the issue to me. The issue is fundamental respect for our democracy and respect for the voters of our country. And look, this is corrosive. When someone crosses the floor, here's what happens. Voters lose trust in the system. The issue of maybe a deal being made emerges. And third, this idea that you get more if you're on the government side, it brings pork barrel politics to the table, which is more reminiscent of the U.S. Deep South than I think what Canadians want. And so I think someone's got to be concerned about the integrity of our system. And in our system, it's the voters who elect you. It's the voters who should have a say if there's a significant change in your mandate. And nothing could be more important than the party you're sitting with. I look at these people that were elected as Conservatives in Alberta and moving over to act as a Liberal. Well, that's a pretty big difference. And as I say, I think if these people are confident in their decision, they should be able to make the case to their voters. And the fact that none of them will do it is an indication to me that they know that their voters do not approve.
What do you say to those who say, well, this is partly sour grapes? The NDP and your party lost their Nunavut MP. So this is sort of born from that frustration. Well,
that's just simply not the case with us. I mean, our party has taken this position for over 20 years. In fact, actually, ever since the David Emerson crossing, we have taken this position. I've introduced this bill in Parliament 6 times now. I started in 2009, and our party for 20 years has taken a principled position that we will not accept floor crossers. And by the way, there have been MPs who have wanted to join the NDP. I remember a Quebec MP in the bloc, Maria Morani, wanted to join the NDP, and we said, well, if you want to do that, you got to resign your seat as a bloc MP. A by-election will be called, and you can earn that mandate. So again, it shouldn't be about whether it serves your purpose at the moment. We got to be concerned about the health of our democracy and respect for voters, because long after we're gone, and whether it worked for us this Parliament or not, we have our system to think about. And the people I talk to, Rob, I think people are way ahead of politicians on this. I think people view this as a fundamental betrayal of the values that you said you had at election time. And I think the vast majority of people have no problem saying, you know what, you want to change parties, fine. Put it to the test of us and we'll endorse it or not. And I think it's really democratic and it's important for our system.
The Conservatives have been hit especially hard, losing 4 of their MPs. Have you heard back from them whether they'd support your bill?
Yeah, it's funny because this bill was actually voted on in the 2011 to 15 Parliament, and Conservatives and Liberals combined to defeat it at that time. And that's because both of those parties have played this game for decades, right? They each have taken and lost people. But now I think the Conservatives are a bit stung by this. And might I say there's something that's really important happened in this Parliament, Rob, which is first time in Canadian history ever did a Prime Minister obtain a majority government through floor crossing, not at the ballot box, not by the decision of Canadian voters, but through floor crossing and backroom deals made by political operators outside the public eye. And so the Conservatives have been speaking very positively about this, and I'm hoping that they'll support my bill this time.
Do you think this has any likelihood of passing, or is it taking a trip down Justin Trudeau's proportional representation pledge?
Well, geez, Rob, I'm a federal New Democrat, so I'm clearly an optimist. Hope springs eternal. I'm going to be appealing to my fellow colleague MPs and urge them to sort of think beyond their immediate partisan interests. You might benefit from it today and you lose tomorrow. That shouldn't be, I think, how we vote in Parliament. We should be thinking, what is the right thing to do? And the right thing to do, I think, is always placing faith in the ultimate decision about who our elected representatives are in the hands of the voters, where it belongs. So, the government can pick up this bill if they want to. I doubt that the Carney government will, because they actively enticed and induced these people to come over. So, I don't think they'll do the right thing, but I'm going to try.
I've just got one more for you because I have to take the opportunity. I'd heard a rumor, speculation that you were considering or might run for mayor of Vancouver. Is there any possibility to that happening?
Yeah, I've heard that rumor too. I don't think that's going to happen. The old thing, Rob, in politics, you never say never. But at this point in time, I'm really happy where I'm at, and I just finished my term as interim leader of the NDP, which took all my efforts, and I'm really excited about rebuilding the NDP at the federal level.
So you're not going to run in the upcoming election this fall for mayor of Vancouver?
I really don't see that happening.
Okay, interesting. Well, listen, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for yours, Rob. Always a pleasure.
That was Don Davies, NDP MP for Kingsway, former interim leader of the party, and currently the NDP parliamentary leader and whip. We'll take a quick break for a commercial.
The CFAX 1070 Summer of Rock. All right. Win a trip to Vancouver and catch a concert from the Sax Point Pub Summer of Rock lineup. Listen to CFAX from 6 till 6.
When you hear a clip from our Artist of the Week,
text ROCK to 71010 with your first name
to win that concert.
You'll fly with Helijet
and stay at the Rosedale on Robson Suite Hotel.
Brought to you by the Sax Point Pub in Esquimalt.
Stream us on the iHeartRadio app.
The Whole Home Show with Tony Joe.
Everyone wants to know about real estate. Is the market going up or down? Time to buy or sell? How can government programs and policies affect you? Hear from local experts on topics like appraisal, inspection, investment, and others on how to maximize your real estate sale.
Providing info on everything you needed to know about real estate. The Whole Home Show with Tony Joe. Saturdays at noon on CFAX 1070. Debate, interviews, and breaking news. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who will be back on Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070. Thank you for being with us. Well, lots to talk about today, and if you want to weigh in on any of the topics, feel free to give us a call at 250-386-1161. Again, that's 250-386-1161, or you could text us at 71010. We've been talking about the Whitecaps, whether they have a future in Vancouver that's going to be stable. We've been talking about pipelines. We've been talking about Jordan Keeley, the independent MLA up in Peace River North, who we've learned has been charged with one count of sexual assault. We've also been talking about the future of the Conservative Party of BC. All kinds of things to talk about. And we're joined by FP fearless producer Morgana Adby.
Hey, Rob. How are you feeling at this point in the day?
I'm feeling good. I mean, there's been lots of interesting guests, I have to say. It's been interesting to hear about, really, every topic's been pretty interesting.
Wow, what a glowing review. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Well, I might be biased, but I mean, all good talkers. And Don Davies talking about the bill he has tabled and introduced to prevent floor crossings. That was interesting. He said, listen, it's not born of self-interest. The NDP would not accept somebody as a floor crosser without making them, go to a by-election. Well, so that's what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander in that case, right? They're saying, like, if they want their opposition to do that, I don't think it's going to happen, and he acknowledges the same. I asked him if he was going to run for Vancouver mayor, and he said he too had heard that rumor, and he said he sort of cast a bit of shade on it, but he also used the old never say never.
Yeah, they don't like putting things off the table, do they?
Never say never again. Sean Connery and Don Davies. Yes. Two men who may perhaps take a role that they thought they wouldn't.
And you know what? I think that the floor crossing thing is so interesting because on one hand, I get the visceral reaction that a lot of people have of like, I elected you, thinking you were going to represent one party, and now next thing you know, we have a majority Liberal government that I didn't sign off on that. What are you doing, local MP? But at the same time, there is this sort of idea that we are local representatives, and the local representative is elected as that local representative to conduct themselves in a way that aligns with their judgment. And if their judgment is that it's time to switch parties because whatever reason they have some sort of moral or political or policy disagreement that arises in the course of trying to, form government or whatever, then shouldn't they have that right? And I think that's a really interesting debate that we're seeing now, especially as it becomes increasingly common for people to sort of toe the party line. Like, I don't think we really see too much, especially in federal politics, and this is just my read on it, I don't think we see a whole lot of disagreement on voting within these parties. I do see we have a caller that wants to weigh in on BC politics. Are you ready for that, Rob?
Let's do it. The wild world of BC politics.
Hi, Don.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Don, we're doing well. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you. I totally agree. You've had a great show, and actually you've had a pretty darn good run, I would say, with all the guests on there. I really enjoy the different perspectives. It helps me not live in a echo chamber, you might say. So, no, I appreciate that. I can't say enough about it. So, as far as BC politics, the NDP right now, I know they have a majority, but it's not a great majority, so to speak. And if my memory serves me correct, the actual election was very close. So, when it comes to the new Conservative leader, it actually was my pick, and I just think she's the right person at the right time. To what I hope for is stabilization of that party, and try to harness or extinguish all the infighting, because that's going to take away from the message, in my humble opinion. I also think the question of whether we should allow floor crossing, I think they have the right to do it, but they have the responsibility not to do it. It's too dismissive when it comes to the voter, because we don't have a great record on the percentage of people prepared to go vote. And then to have the candidate basically win the seat, and then for whatever reason have that trust, so to speak, to, on their own, switch parties. I think it undermines the whole process, and I would argue that this is not the time to do that. I think, if anything, we should try and build the respect and the trustworthiness of politicians, because I know in my time, the amount of politics now in everything I do, it's hard for me to believe. If someone would have told me, say, 20 years ago, politics is going to enter this part of your life or that part of your life, I would have laughed and said, no way, Canadians won't stand for it. I was wrong. Canadians will stand for it, and it seems to be almost an epidemic, where when we have a personal issue, we always turn to the government. And it may be expedient, but in the long run, I think you bite your, what's that saying? You bite your nose to spite your face? I think the more independence the individual has, the stronger the government will be. Because let's face it, government, I know they mean well and, so on and so forth. However, their track record is dismal. I mean, when we look at the NDP, I don't know about you, but I'm still waiting for my check, the $1,000 check from David Eby.
The grocery rebate, that's not coming, unfortunately.
Yes, right. I can cross that one off the list. But I would say that it's things like this that this is disheartening. Don't say it if you can't follow through. And it goes back to when you vote somebody that has the seat, if you're not going to stick and stay, don't run it for that particular party. It's not, it's not a horse race for jogging and so on and so forth. No, I think what we all need is stability, period, and then we can build from there. So, no, I think the new Conservative leader, she might not be 10 out of 10, but she does, for myself, have that air about her of stability, and she's not shy. She's very pragmatic, speaks her mind, and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt for now, and just see how she handles the trash talking that the Premier seems to be so comfortable in, you might say. So, but anyway, thanks again, guys. Enjoying your show. You take care.
Thank you, Don. Well, your point of view is one that is shared by a couple of people who've texted in here. Richard says, in relation to floor crossings, Don, he says, it's great to have an elected MLA with somewhat of a spectrum of decision-making, but the decision to actually switch parties is way above their elected pay grade. Someone else writes in, Vicky writes in, saying, if Donald Trump did this in the USA, you'd be screaming the end of democracy. Yeah, I don't think there's much doubt that people who elect somebody in their riding only to find out the person's going to switch parties later have a reason to be upset about it,
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, it's like, I think there's a lot of times assumptions baked into our systems that people have. It's almost like you don't get to complain if you don't do your research and figure out and vet somebody who you're voting, and like it almost has this assumption baked in, and I'm not necessarily sure if that's right, so don't get me wrong, but I think a lot of our political system has it baked in that, like, if you're kind of busy and you got other stuff on the go and you can't be, like, doing all of your research super deeply into every official at every level of government, it almost, like, it almost blames you for it. The system almost kind of says, well, too bad, so sad, because if you knew who you were electing, you would have known that this is the type of judgment call that they made, or something along those lines. I almost feel like that's the internal logic of it. And tell me, Rob, if you would add anything to that. But that's kind of like the overall logic that I get when I see defenses of floor crossing.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully agree that it should be sort of buyer beware, caveat emptor, that if you vote for someone, they may switch parties. I mean, I in a way, I see the logic behind you should be able to rely on the fact that the person's going to represent the party they claim to be representing. Mm-hmm. I think I certainly understand the idea of somebody not being whipped, in terms of a vote. So if they're feeling like for moral or conscience reasons they don't want to support the direction a party's going in, that's fine. I guess that's another argument is, listen, people change their points of view. Maybe I don't think it's likely, but let's say totally hypothetically, Carrie-Lynne Finlay takes a tack that is less right of center than she did when she was campaigning to be leader of the party, and all of a sudden there's some of her caucus who are on that right edge of the spectrum, so to speak, and they're upset that she's not doing what she claimed to do.
Yeah, not keeping the Conservative Party conservative. That could be a problem for her.
Then should they be, would it be unfair to hold them to stay within that caucus, or what if they want to join a new party that forms that's with Dallas Brody or something? So I think, I guess maybe why it's an interesting topic is there's not necessarily a clear-cut outcome. I think what is clear is that constituents would generally be ticked off if the person they vote for changes sides.
So true, so true. If anybody wants to call while we go to this news break, it's 250-386-1161. Rob and I would love to hear from you after the break.
If it's happening,
it's here.
CFAX 1070.
I'm Steve Young with your CFAX 1070 news update. A family representative for the victims of child killer Alan Schoenborn calls the decision to grant him a conditional discharge baffling. The British Columbia Review Board has ruled he'll report to a psychiatric clinic and live under supervision, but he must return to the Forensic Psychiatric Hospital in Coquitlam if the Review Board orders him to do so. The spokesperson says the victim's family was disappointed but not surprised and worries he could pose a risk to the public. Ottawa will pump the brakes on proposed changes to the way major projects are reviewed. The changes would include approving major projects before they're reviewed and exempting certain projects from laws meant to protect species at risk. Critics like Green Party leader Elizabeth May have said those changes would put environmental protections in jeopardy. I'm Steve Young. If it's happening, it's here on CFAX 1070.
Want the hand-picked best moments from every CFAX show?
Choose your path.
Subscribe to CFAX Podcast on the free iHeartRadio app. CFAX 1070. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the program. I'm Rob Buffum, filling in for Adam Sterling, who's away on vacation, but will be back on Monday. You're listening to CFAX 1070. If you want to text us, feel free to text us at 71010. We've got a bunch of people on the boards. We've got a bunch of people on the lines as well. If you do want to call us, you can reach us at 250-386-1161. Morgana Adby and I are happy to hear from you, and I think we've got somebody on the line right now.
Yeah, well, we got a couple people, but let's start with Genevieve. Hi, Genevieve.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I've been listening to the discussion about the switching of sides from one party to another. I don't remember how many years ago, maybe 15, 20 years ago, Stephen Harper was our prime minister, and there was a high-profile executive from Vancouver. He was the CEO of some big company, and he entered the race as a Liberal. Yeah. He won as a Liberal, and less than a month later, Mr. Harper snatched him from the Liberals and made him a minister in government.
Well, that's right. And Don Davies was just talking about that. That's right. That was like 2005 or something, I think.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear that part of it because I was otherwise engaged. But it seems to me that the Conservatives have been making a lot of noise about it. But truth be known, most people like to be on the winning side. I don't know. I have my only foray into politics is not big politics. I used to be the chair of a board of an independent school for 3 years, but it's nothing like municipal or provincial or federal politics. And if someone switches sides, I am assuming is that they feel that their constituency will be better served. And if they had not consulted with their constituencies, their constituents, then at the next election, if they are not pleased with what happened, then they won't vote for them. In the meanwhile, it behooves them to try and get all of the projects done that they were hoping to get done. So, it has been going on for a long time, and someone is trying to bring in a private member's bill to stop this practice from happening. But I don't really see it as a big deal.
Well,
I really don't.
You're quite right about it was 2006, and it was David Emerson elected in Vancouver Kingsway as a Liberal, and he crossed the floor a few weeks later to join Stephen Harper's Conservatives.
And he became a minister on top of that.
Yeah, I think he was dangled that carrot, wasn't he? He was enticed to cross the floor, partly for that reason, I'm sure.
That's right. And if I had been a long-standing person in the party and one who's contributing and not just riding on other people's coattails, I can tell you I would have been annoyed in about a 30 font that he brought in someone who was elected as a Liberal, and he made him a minister instantly. So I say, go pick the beam, go take the beam out of your eye when you're criticizing someone for the little speck of dust.
Good expression. Good expression.
Yeah, well, because they do it. And, I'm not going to crucify someone because they changed parties. I tell you, as long as it's not this Victoria School Board that did what they did, I am writing all of their names down. And if I am around when next time we vote in October, I am taking my little piece of paper with me to the voting booth to ensure that I do not vote for any of those people.
Well, you're making a really great point about why it's important to keep track of who people are in politics. And, if you have something you want to say to them at the ballot box, whether it be don't be a party switcher, or, don't do any one specific thing. I mean, that is a really clear way to send the message, is being active and being aware.
Well, and they say the way to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't know how good they are, but, don't let's crucify the person who thought they might be doing better for their constituencies by switching parties. It's not the ideal way to go, but I am hoping that someone who's representing me in Parliament or in the Legislative Assembly or even on my District of Saanich board, I'm hoping that they have done some homework, or I don't think my expectations are too high.
Well,
anyway, I'm going to leave it at that because other people want to have their say. But just keep working for your constituents. And next time around, you better start walking fast and hard to campaign. And if they reject you, then you know why.
There you have it. And you're right. I mean, I suppose there is a scenario where somebody's constituents could be better served by somebody who is a member of the governing body, member of the government.
I'd like to get my projects done for my constituents. And if you're from the opposition, chances are slimmer that they will be done. And call me opportunist if you will. Yes, I'm opportunist, but I'm not a hypocrite. Okay?
Thank you for your call.
It is always a pleasure to hear from you, Genevieve. Thank you for weighing in.
Thank you, Genevieve.
Bye.
Bye. And I think we've got somebody else on the line as well who may want to weigh in with some thoughts here this afternoon.
Do. Hi, Jamie.
Hi. I think we need an election right now and get rid of this David Eby, because he's making a mess of this province. There's a lot of damage done. I don't know. I think we should put her in now.
You're a supporter of Carrie Lynn Finley. When you say put her in now, you mean Carrie Lynn Finley, the Conservatives' new leader?
Yeah. Put her in now.
What do you think of her as being the leader of the party? There was 5 people who ran to lead it. Was she your preferred choice?
Not really. It was Peter Muller.
Peter Millibar?
Yeah, that's the guy,
Yeah. He was the only sitting MLA, but I take your position to be that you want to see the Conservatives in power, not the NDP, regardless of who's leading the Conservatives?
Yeah. We need a change. We got to get... The NDP's let us down and everything. They haven't fixed this province. They haven't done nothing.
Well, I think your point of view is reflected in some recent polls. A lot of people are looking for a change. There's not an election scheduled for 2 more years, so we'll have to wait and see. I mean, there's always the chance there'll be a snap election, but I think, given where the NDP are in the polls, they're probably going to want to wait a little while and maybe try and collect some campaign fodder before they call an election.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, what do you think? What would you, if we were to get an incoming Conservative government led by Finley, what would you think that they would do different, or what would you hope that they would do different to kind of fix things up?
Fix the homeless rate in BC.
Well, certainly homelessness, housing, affordability, those are all big issues, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are. Boy, they ever. Yeah.
Well, Jamie, thank you for your time. I appreciate your thoughts on this, and thanks for weighing in.
Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, thanks.
Take care, and I think there's somebody else who may want to share their thoughts this afternoon with us.
Yes, sir. It is Councillor Don Brown calling in from View Royal. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. Thanks
Has
for
anybody
coming
ever
on.
called you downtown Don Brown?
Yeah. They've called me many things, but those are the kind ones. Genevieve is a very delightful lady. I always like hearing her on the radio.
Me too.
You can tell her, she doesn't know already, she's from Saanich, so she only has to vote for 2 trustees this time because we're going to award system for elections for school trustee next election.
Right. I completely forgot about that. Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Okay, take care. And like I say, you won't have a list of like 39 candidates. You can pick up to 9. I mean, Wow. Anyway.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off, Counselor. If you have more to add, you're more than welcome.
You're saying you wanted to just kind of flag that there's only going to be 2 people for her to vote for?
Yeah, we only have one in View Royal. We have View Royal and the Highlands combined, so it certainly makes it a lot easier for people campaigning, that's for sure. But you won't have to worry about voting for the same 9 because she's only going to be able to vote for 2.
What do you think of the idea on a different topic, but you've got some political background for sure. What do you think about floor crossings?
Well, the funny thing is, well, it's not very funny, but at different times I've belonged to different parties. So, I mean, as an individual voter, I've certainly changed parties from time to time. So, and certainly Keith Martin was the master of it. I mean, he didn't necessarily cross floors, but he certainly changed parties enough times.
Yeah, so you're saying that's not necessarily improper that someone changes their mind or changes who they want to support or even represent?
Well, it kind of depends why they're changing, because, I mean, sometimes there's enticements to people to change parties. And, you know, if you're being promised a cabinet position, for example, and that's your only reason, I wouldn't be too fussy about that. But a lot of times, yeah, parties change. They change their policies, they change their platforms, and if it's not fitting with you, find another party to join.
Listen, thanks for your call. I appreciate your time, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, take care. Have a good one. Bye now.
Yeah, you too. Well, we better take a quick commercial break, but if anyone wants to weigh in with their thoughts, whether it's floor crossing, white caps, anything on the spectrum here, BC politics, feel free to do so. The text number is 71010, or you can call us at 250-386-1161. Let's take a quick commercial break.
From CFAX 1070.
Here's what's happening around the island.
Victoria Track Classic is June 12th at Centennial Stadium. Details at runsport.ca/Track Classic. Help care for local wildlife and enter to win the Wild Arc Raffle. June 1st through 18th, you can buy your tickets at spca.bc.ca.
Get more event info at cfax1070.com.
If it's happening, it's here.
CFAX 1070.
Stories impacting the Capital Region. This is Adam Sterling on CFAX 1070.
Welcome back to the show. I'm Rob Buffum filling in for Adam Sterling. Today, he will be back on Monday. He's away on vacation currently. You are listening to CFAX 1070. And feel free to give us a call if you want to weigh in on anything we discussed today. The number is 250-386-1161, or you could text us at 71010. There's a bunch of texts that we're going to add. Our fearless producer here is going to read out shortly. But I also wanted to give a sort of a news update on a topic we've been discussing today. It relates to Jordan Keeley, the independent MLA in Peace River North, somebody who had been a member of the Conservatives but left the party of his own choice and had expressed enthusiasm about joining the Conservatives when Kerry-Lynne Finley was anointed their leader this past Saturday. We've learned that he is facing a charge of sexual assault. MLA Mr. Keeley has said he is innocent and he intends to fight this charge, this allegation. It's certainly not been tested or proven in court, but it is nonetheless a charge of sexual assault. I reached out to the Conservative Party. Their executive director, Angelo Isidoro, just sent me a note, and he says, you can quote me. He says, these charges are incredibly serious. Jordan Keeley is an independent MLA and is not joining our caucus or party. He's not joining our caucus or parties. That's from the executive director of the Conservative Party of BC in relation to Jordan Keeley, who is facing a charge of sexual assault stemming from an alleged incident prior to the election in 2024. So,
and thanks for that news update, Rob. It's important to, kind of follow up on all these things when something's developing like this today, especially something that, I think a lot of people, when they see a story like this, it shakes them up a bit.
For sure. Well, we spoke to the local news director and anchor up in that area in Dawson Creek, Michael Popov, who talked about people, certainly online, a lot of interaction, a range of reactions. And again, it's very important to emphasize that this is just a charge, and it's certainly not been proven or tested in court. And Jordan Keeley has said that he's innocent and intends to fight the charge. But it obviously, for people, especially in that area, will be something that elicits a lot of reaction.
Absolutely. And yeah, I appreciate you following up on that today as we go. Digging back into the text box on floor crossing, we have someone saying we should consider a by-election if an MLA or an MP presumably crosses the floor. That's an opinion we hear quite a bit. One person says it's kind of silly, the idea of putting Kerry-Lynne Finley in now as premier. Different perspective on the KLF. Another texter saying, I don't agree with saying you can just hold floor crossers accountable at the next election. A vote is supposed to last 4 years. If somebody crosses the floor in a year, they stole 3/4 of your vote. What happens if they vote against the floor crosser during the next election and the new person crosses the floor again? Yeah, it can get pretty complicated, texter. And I'm also hearing, or seeing rather, a text saying Premier Sturko. So that's another person that I might have a different take on the KLF.
Yeah.
Are you ready for another call, Rob?
Let's call it up.
All right. I see Jack on the board right now. Hi, Jack.
Hi. I'd like to talk about floor crossings and really the deeper issue, which is that the people we elect to both provincial and federal governments and city governments are supposed to represent us. That is their job. I mean, I don't care really what they think. They're supposed to represent the members of the party and the public at large. But in today's Canada, they can't, even if they want to, because there's so much power at the top of the party in the hands of the party leader, and especially if that party leader is a prime minister or a premier. They have the power to end any MLA's career or any MP's career if that MLA or MP dares to represent their constituents and voters in an important issue where the voters don't agree with what the party leader is doing. And, I mean, how can we say we have even a democracy when the people we elect do not and cannot represent us? And, these floor crossings are, to me, a good example of that. I mean, you're elected as a member of the party. And if you choose to move to another party, you're really betraying the people who voted you in.
Well, what do you think about somebody like Dallas Brody, who was voted in the Vancouver-Cochena riding as a BC Conservative and is now an independent? And there's been this effort to recall her. People in that area saying, look, she doesn't represent, she's not advocating for the issues that matter to us. I know that she has had strong views on Indigenous issues and the focus on those and the approach of those that the government's taken. But that would be, I guess, an example. It's such a high bar, such a high threshold to reach to have somebody recalled. But, there's obviously some people in her riding who feel like, perhaps they voted for her because she was a member of the high-profile right-wing, right-of-center party there, the Conservatives, and would not have voted for her if she was running as an independent.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the bar is very high to recall an elected MLA.
What do you think of Don Davies' idea of, if for some reason, let's say your conscience doesn't align with a major issue that you're being forced to vote in line with if you're a member of the party, that rather than switching parties, or if you want to switch parties, you've got to be an independent and then run in a by-election subsequently under the new party banner if you do want to join that new party?
Yeah, I would think, and we're getting into details here that I obviously don't know about, but I would say if you want to leave the party, if you were elected as a Conservative, for example, and want to leave the party and sitting as an independent, I don't know, but I think there should be a by-election, and because it has to be the voters at large and the members of the party who get what they want. It shouldn't be what the member wants. It should be what the voters and the citizens want. That's what I think. And maybe if I heard arguments against that, I might change my mind. But that's how I think right now.
You make a compelling point. I know Don Davies was making the point that this pork barreling or corruption in politics, where somebody could be offered an enticing plum position like a cabinet position to get them to cross the floor, that's obviously not in the best interests of somebody's constituents. So there's
Exactly.
a pretty clear idea as to why that.
And it goes
work.
much, and really it goes so much deeper than that. The amount of control exerted by the party leadership over the people we elect is a big problem. The people we elect should represent the voters, but it's like the voters are the last people who any elected person cares about. It's a big problem with our democracy.
Well, listen,
so-called democracy.
Yeah, I appreciate your perspective on that. I think it's one that's shared by a few people who've texted in, as well as some earlier callers. So thank you for that.
And thank you. I'm enjoying the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, one thing I will add to this, though, is if you are part of cabinet, I do take one of the callers that we had earlier's point that if you're part of the cabinet and you're on the winning side, perhaps you can advocate more effectively to that more centralized government, decentralized party leadership, rather government leadership, whatever you want to call it. You're more able to effectively advocate, hey, I want to get something right here on Vancouver Island. I don't know if that's necessarily the case or not, but there is an argument to be made.
No, I mean, I think that's fair. I know that when John Horgan was premier, there was a record number, I think like 7. There may have been 7 cabinet members who were from the island, which was a lot. We had transportation, we had education, we had the premier, we had various people of high profile, and there was a sense that Vancouver Island was going to get a few more goodies come budget time, And so I think that's a legitimate point, that if you're sitting in a riding, in a sense, I guess it depends which party they switch to. If you voted somebody in as NDP, it's less likely they're going to join the Conservatives anyways. But if that were to be the case, on ideological grounds, you might be more upset. But if I think there is something to be said for increased opportunity for a riding if there's somebody there who's a high-profile minister.
And I think there's something to be said that's notable, too, that the Liberal government has a majority now. I think that's part of what's really grinding people's gears about this. If it were that the Conservatives and NDP could band together to get this reform through, for example, if that were even on the table as a possibility, mathematically, I think people might feel a little different about it.
I think you're right. I think that's a very good point. It's the majority that kind of all of a sudden all this extra power comes with it. Well, we could talk about this for ages. And
we could.
It's been a blast talking about it with you guys for the last few days, and I do want to take the chance to just thank our viewers for their thoughtful and provocative texts, emails, and calls, and I especially want to thank my colleagues here for the last 4 days for walking me through this. Claire Boussaret, who's managed the board expertly, as well as FP, fearless producer Morgana Adby, and Steve Young, who's taught us all a little bit about sports. And we'll see the proof in the pudding for Ryan and Lisa on Friday. But thanks for listening. And your host tomorrow will be none other than sports guy Steve Young.